feel free to occupy them. Okay. Just waiting for the last few people to take their seats. Can someone help the chair? Good morning to everyone. This is the point at which you are free to say good morning back. So I'm going to try again. Good morning, everyone. I can use a bit of more volume. Good morning, everyone. That is so much better. That is so much better. We do need a bit of enthusiasm in the morning. So welcome to all of you to the second day of this meeting of ours. Today, we welcome you to, as part of the 25th anniversary of the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC, we have our annual symposium. I believe on your tables, you have a booklet that looks like this. That is the program. It's got also the bios of the speakers towards the end. And that is going to guide us for our proceedings today. Let me, for my part, begin where I think it is always best to begin. Shall we observe a moment of silence, please? Thank you very much. Let me not assume that all of you know who we are that are sitting over here. My name is Nomsa Masugu. I'm one of the 5 commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. And for purposes of this session, being the introductory session, the opening ceremony, I am your program director, more like a continuity announcer, I think. That's correct. Allow me to introduce the panel. Maybe let me save time and not do so. Let me introduce them as I call them up. A few housekeeping matters. Fairly, well, nothing is ever obvious, I guess. Shall we put our phones on silent mode or on vibrate, please? You know, phones have got a mind of their own. That call is going to come at the most inopportune moment. So let's make sure that they're on silent or on vibrate. The convenience rooms, they are outside this building. As soon as you go out, you'll find ushers, and they'll be able to take you to where you are. It's towards the entrance. The Wi-Fi password. I know that we struggled yesterday a bit with hooking up to Wi-Fi. I can't say I've figured out which network we are using. If you need help, make yourself known, and I'm going to ask someone to come and help you. Wi-Fi password is E, it's a capital E, X, that is small x, P, L, O, R, the numeral 3, capital C, capital T, capital I, capital C, exclamation mark. Okay. I beg your pardon? Sorry? Say it again. That was fast. Okay. Very fast, was it? Okay. I'll say it again. It's capital E, small letter X, P, L, O, R, numeral 3, capital C, capital T, capital I, capital C, exclamation mark. In terms of channels for translation, English is on channel 1, French is on channel 2, and Portuguese is on channel 3. I'll say that again. Channels for translation, we have simultaneous translation. English is on channel 1, French on channel 2, and Portuguese is on channel 3. And now we can begin. Let me begin by saying, without preempting the chairperson's remarks, to say that we successfully concluded the annual general conference yesterday, and that has set us up to have the conference. And at this point in time, allow me to invite to the podium the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of South Africa and the Vice Executive Committee chairperson, Mr. Msutu Miepa, to make his opening remarks. Thank you.
Dr. Masuku, my colleague and Director of Ceremonies this morning, thank you very much. Excuse me. Honorable Justice Barnabas Nyamadzabo, President of the ECF-SADC and Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Botswana, Dr. Elsie Nkembwa, Chairperson of ECF-SADC EXCO, and the Chairperson of Namibia. My colleagues from commissions in SADC, CEOs as well that are here, and those that have joined us this morning who come from the 1998 era. I see Commissioner Mpumlwana right here in front of me. I saw Justice Chiweshe yesterday, I think, and there are a few of you in the room. I want to say good morning to you and most welcome, Makingwana. Thank you very much for coming. It's good to see you. I want to welcome and say good morning to representatives from the AU that are present here with us. My colleagues from the AWEB, welcome. It's good to be with you here this morning. Chairpersons and members of the FISD, we call them FISD. I saw my colleagues here earlier this morning. Most welcome. Leaders and representatives of political parties that are here in your capacity as members of the Political Liaison Committee, the partners that we are working with in this august function, my colleagues, from the Commission, amazing team you are, and thank you very much, for always propelling us to do well. Leaders and representatives of the civil society organizations present here with us, members of the media, distinguished guests, the many friends that we have here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have been up with Commissioner Mashinini since early this morning. We were in Australia. They've gone to bed. We are staying up. And so I don't want to be long. I don't want to be long. I want to say to you, today we come together to celebrate the power of community and the strength that lies within us. There is so much strength when we are together and we stand together. As we spend this day here together, let us herald new beginnings. Let us celebrate that which we have been given to cherish, to nourish, to take care of, and build it into a much stronger unity that we can embrace. I want us to look forward to a beautiful day, even as we welcome you to experience what will have an indelible mark on our hearts and our minds. I know that the lineup today is not just talking. It's not just listening, but it's engaging extensively in the discussions that will be had. I want to thank you for making this time and coming this morning to be with us. It's not often that we meet in this manner and we get together and have such a powerful unity and brain power that can be unleashed for common good. I'd like you to feel free to engage and to enjoy the hospitality that we have for you this morning. You are precious to us. You're the most beautiful people I have seen in the longest time. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On occasions like this, you discover certain talents that people have. I never knew, Chairperson, that you are also a charmer. So you can go and amend your CV and add another trait, charmer. There we go. Just, I think for the record, because I think we are recording the session, the theme of the symposium, if I need to read it back to you, is striving for credible, inclusive, and transparent elections in the SADC region, innovation and renewed approaches for the future. We have a jam-packed program today. It will take you, we have a lot of speakers, and we will try and give you the feedback, but I think the greatest part will be you feeding back to the speakers and enriching the discourse that we have every time that we're together. I wish to invite at this point in time a partner that has been remarkably good to the Electoral Commission of South Africa, and by extension to the Forum of Electoral EMBs in the SADC region, the UNDP. It does not matter. It has not mattered who sits at the helm of the UNDP as a country representative. We have received the same amount of support, a listening ear all the time, unstinting and very, very generous hand-holding that we've had from the UNDP. As a result, we partner with the UNDP across many, many things that happen in the Electoral Commission. And since I might forget to actually say it a bit later, it is to say that when good happens to you, it is always important not to take it for granted, but to call it out. They say words matter, and I think they do matter. To say we do not take that for granted. And we thank you profusely as the UNDP for the support that you've given us. And for the fact that you've inserted yourselves in the Electoral Commission, and we can always rely on you, not just as a partner at arm's length, but as part of the family. And you can talk to us all the time. And on that note, let me invite the acting UNDP resident representative in South Africa, Mr. Gabriel Dava, to make his remarks. A hand of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour. Bonjour. Bom dia a todos. Bom dia. I think I can take a bit of more time because my brother there saved a lot of time. So I will use some of your time. Honorable Justice Barnabas Yamadzabo, President of Electoral Commission Forum of SADC countries, Mr. Mosoto Moepia, Chairperson of Electoral Commission of South Africa, estimated chairpersons and representative of election management bodies, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, and as our Nigerian brothers taught us, all protocol observed. Good morning once again. On behalf of the United Nations Development Program, allow me to begin by expressing my most sincere appreciation to the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC countries and the Electoral Commission of South Africa for organizing this symposium during the 25th anniversary of the ECF-SADC. As a partner to the IEC and the ECF-SADC, we are very pleased and humbled to support the holding of this year's symposium. I would like also to express appreciation to the Independent Electoral Commission for the warm hospitality in this beautiful city of Cape Town, where all of us want to be, because Cape Town is the gem of South Africa, as we say. More so, I express our appreciation to the German Federal Foreign Office, our donor to the inception phase of the Africa Election Fund, through which we have been able to support this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Election Fund is a newly established UNDP instrument within the broad framework of UN electoral assistance, which seeks to innovatively respond to the needs of our member states with agility. It is anchored at two levels of interventions: regional level, which allows peer learning amongst electoral stakeholders, as well as country-level support. The fund is implemented in partnership with the African Union Commission, as well as other regional partners such as regional economic communities. The 6 months inception phase, which ends on 31st of December 2023, serves as a pilot which helps to generate lessons to inform the refinement of this funding instrument while creating impetus for future multi-donor electoral assistance basket for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the context within which elections are organized on the continent has evolved significantly. Elections management bodies are facing complex challenges, yet the demands for electoral integrity and dividends of democratic governance from citizens are at the highest premium. It's not for any eventuality that UNDP defined it as moonshots, and one of its moonshots is related to elections, where we want to work with different partners to ensure that at least 800 million of Africans can participate in free and fair elections. So elections is the key of UNDP work. On the other hand, countries are facing socioeconomic challenges in the post-COVID pandemic era, which have put pressure on resources available for election management bodies to organize elections which meet international, continental, and regional normative standards of peaceful and democratic elections. This symposium offers a renewed opportunity to search for innovative solutions for more credible and inclusive electoral process by learning from the past 25 years of ECF-SADC. I am pleased to note that in this room we have reached diversity of participants with different experience and perspectives on issues around elections and democracy. I wish you fruitful deliberation as the outcome of this symposium serves as important contribution to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. Thank you, muito obrigado, and merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dava. Thank you very much for those opening remarks. You also did save time, so thank you. Thank you very much. At this point in time, let me invite Dr. Khabele Matlosa. I will not read his short bio, because you have the short bio. If you want to indulge, please go ahead and do. This tradition of reading bios, I will dispense with because you have it in front of you. Let me call Khabele Matlosa. He is the former Director of Political Affairs, African Union Commission, and he said to come back from Lesotho. Prof, this thing that you're from Lesotho bothers me a bit because we've always appropriated you as South African, and certainly it is appropriation without compensation, but we have appropriated you. So can I please, without any offense to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Lesotho, and say that and introduce you as a son of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. I welcome you, Prof.
Thank you, Program Director, my dear sister. I want to, with the permission, Program Director, to dispense with protocol. With your permission, with due respect, because I think we had a formal session yesterday. So today, in fact, it's just because I respect you and the audience that I even put on a tie. I wasn't supposed to put on a tie, as a matter of fact, just for the respect. Thank you so much. Let me thank the organizers of this important forum, the ECF-SADC, through the chair of the president and chair of the Electoral Commission of Botswana, Honorable Justice Barnabas Nyamadzabo, and also to thank our host, the Electoral Commission of South Africa, through the Vice President of the ECF and the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, Mr. Mosotho Mapia, and the partner that is supporting this important initiative, UNDP, through the RASRAP, who is here with us, Mr. Gabriel Dava. With that, I think, let me also just say all protocols duly observed to respect this forum. And then to begin the task before me. And I was asked to come and make some reflections on the theme of this forum, namely, striving for credible, inclusive, and transparent elections in the SADC region, innovation, and renewed approaches for the future. That's going to be my reflection, to set the stage for the rest of the platform throughout the day. And in doing this, again, with all due respect, allow me to talk as myself. Please, allow me to talk as myself about our own region. Some of the things you will like, you probably even applaud me for them. Others, you may not. And you probably just put your hands in your pocket and say, I'm not going to applaud for that one. See, it's just to say, let's be frank and honest about what's going on before our own eyes in Southern Africa. And maybe let me be blunt. Let me be blunt to say, can we, in this forum, call a spade, not a big spoon? Yes, that's the basis for our engagement. And I'm going to stick to the time, Program Director, not to invite your wrath. I know that we come a long way, so I don't want to spoil our friendship. But you know, we had a conference actually, Program Director, it was a SADC summit in 2005, if I recall. And it was in Maseru, I think. It was the first that I witnessed in Maseru. And we had a seminar on the margins of the summit. And I shared the platform, a panel, with a good friend of mine, a renowned economist from Malawi. I don't know whether we have delegates from Malawi here. From the University of Malawi. And the good professor, so the moderator said, the two of you have 10 minutes between yourselves, so 5 minutes each. So the professor was supposed to start. So the prof started with a complaint. He said, Madam, it's chaired by one of our sisters, Madam, you know, I've never spoken. Okay, you're saying I should speak for five minutes, eh? Yes. Where I work, that's at the university. Where I work in my university, University of Malawi, the shortest time I speak is 1 hour. That's a single lecture, right? Now, if it's a double, that's 2 hours, Madam. So if you ask me to speak for 5 minutes, what you are asking me to do is just to say hello to the audience and sit down. That's what he said. So just say hello to the audience and sit down. So I'm going to stick to the time, but I'm not going to say hello and let's discuss. No, we're going to get down to the business of our region. Seriously, it's an honor for me to deliver this keynote address at this momentous occasion as we commemorate a historic milestone in the democratization journey of Southern Africa, our region. Exactly 25 years ago, the Electoral Commission's Forum of Southern African Development Community countries was established in July 1998. In fact, the launch took place right here in Cape Town as part of a trend that some scholars have termed the third wave of democratization. You'll recall Samuel Huntington even has a book on that title exactly. The third wave of democratization globally, which for purposes of our discussion, I want to term democratic renaissance in Southern Africa, Africa and the world. So when ECF was established, therefore, it was part and parcel of that democratic renaissance. We are therefore celebrating the genesis, evolution, and institutionalization of ECF-SADC over the past 25 years, Madam Program Director, through this symposium. This symposium, therefore, promises to be a worthy festival of ideas, reflecting on the past, understanding the present, and exploring future directions for the institution. I do recall vividly that 5 years ago, in fact, we commemorated ECF-SADC at 20 in Maseru, Lesotho, with pomp and ceremony in 2018. We were hosted graciously by the Independent Electoral Commission of Lesotho. I salute the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa for hosting the ECF-SADC at 25 celebrations. We are here in Cape Town, therefore, to rejoice the achievements that ECF-SADC has registered over the past 25 years. So this is a celebration. This is a celebration. So celebrations go with some kind of acknowledgement of the good that has happened, and also confronting the challenges that have faced us during that journey. We applaud the leadership of the ECF-SADC for ensuring remarkable resilience and perseverance, even in the face of challenges, especially since the onset of what scholars again term as democratic recession. And again, I want to call this democratic hemorrhage. The term democratic recession has been popularized by Larry Diamond, one of the American scholars, but I'm going to use the concept of democratic hemorrhage. This is a global trend that has also affected the SADC region. What then is the state of our democracy in elections today in the SADC region? As I ponder the next 25 years of ECF-SADC, I explore this vexed question. I will also outline challenges posed by democratic hemorrhage and suggest how ECF-SADC has to begin repositioning itself over the next 25 years in order to tackle them head-on in its quest to advancing democracy and safeguarding electoral integrity. As a starting point, and I do this deliberately because I believe, Program Director read the theme for us. I believe that in order to have a fuller grasp of the theme of this symposium, we have to start from the beginning, and that beginning is dealing with keywords. Dealing with keywords. If I was in a seminar, in an academic seminar, I would have said key concepts, but I want to say keywords. To understand the state of democracy in contemporary Southern Africa and possible trajectories that may face us along the way as we get into the next 25 years. These are: 1, democracy; 2, autocracy; 3, anocracy; and 4, elections. Those four keywords alone, four keywords alone help us to understand what is going on in our region, where we are, and what are the possible trajectories. Democracy starting with that one, denotes a governance system in which people rule through popular power, or what is also known as popular sovereignty. Let us remember that during the ancient times of the Greek city-state of Athens, there used to be direct democracy. Let's start there. So there used to be direct democracy. That is no longer the case now, because at that time, people would govern their affairs directly. Today, we have changed. Today, the universal norm is that of governance systems in which people rule indirectly through elected representatives. Democracy, therefore, means a political system that empowers citizens to hold governments accountable and responsive to their demands for improved lives and livelihoods. Under democracy, governments rule through consultation, consent, persuasion, and dialogue. Consultation, consent, persuasion, and dialogue. Those are the core methods of governing in a democratic dispensation that we live in now, representative democracy. The principles of democratic system include accountability, responsiveness, transparency, justice, equality, rule of law, human rights, constitutionalism, etc., etc. The state-society compact, and this is important, or what we also call social contract, and public trust of democratic systems and its institutions hinge on the legitimacy of the state in the eyes of citizens. Is the state legitimate in the eyes of citizens? Is there a social contract that is working between the state and citizens? That's key for a democracy. Essentially, therefore, democracy has three basic values. The intrinsic value, that is civil liberties and political rights, the intrinsic values. Instrumental value, socio-economic dividend of democracy is what we call instrumental value. And also constructive value, that is dialogue, consultation, and consent that we referred to earlier on. So those three values have to be maintained in good balance for a democracy to be sustained and consolidated. Linked to those three ideas, we can then comfortably think of three types of democracies, or three typologies of democracy, globally, even in Southern Africa. Here they are. The three. Procedural democracy. That is the narrowest form of democracy. That is the electoral form, electoral democracy, the procedural democracy. In that sense, democracy is erroneously equated with elections. Erroneously. I want to emphasize erroneously. That is procedural. Second is what we can call libertarian or liberal democracy. It's much more expansive now, beyond elections, to now nurture institutions, strengthen institutions, to deliver dividends to the citizens, basically. The third is it's an interesting one. What we can call substantive or developmental democracy. Substantive. This is now the kind of democracy that delivers socio-economic dividend that in the UNDP parlance we would call a sustainable human development. Right? Now, that is so when we look at the three, basically the procedural is the lowest form, narrowest, shallowest. The other one, what we call libertarian or liberal democracy, is, well, it's an advancement, but we're not yet there. So the highest and probably more beneficial form is the substantive. We can also call it developmental democracy. We are not yet there. In our region, for example, we more on the first and second components or typologies of democracy. We have not yet reached developmental democracy. There are a number of countries, of course, that have publicly proclaimed their intention, including where we are in this country, to embrace developmental democracy through establishment of capable developmental states. Just to highlight the point that part of the reason why we actually need to move deliberately in that direction is because our region and our continent faces enormous socioeconomic challenges than Europe, than America, than everywhere else. That requires going that direction. Take, for example, just poverty. Take the incidence of poverty. In the SADC region, poverty, the data on poverty, suggests that it is more entrenched, this problem is more entrenched in Madagascar. Let's call countries now by name. In Madagascar, 78% of the population. DRC, 77% of the population. Eswatini, 63% of the population. Zimbabwe, 63 again. Eswatini and Zimbabwe share the same percentage, 63 and 63. And Malawi, 52. These are, I've just highlighted those countries that poverty levels are beyond 50%. Right? But if we look at on the positive side, there are countries that are doing relatively well, but there's still more that needs to be done. In countries such as Mauritius, poverty levels is 10%, Botswana is 16%, Namibia 17%, Tanzania 26%, for example. But a lot still needs to be done. And because of that, citizens' satisfaction or what's the word? Perception about democracy in the region is also instructive. Because we see that from the data by Afrobarometer, in Zambia, a larger proportion of the population have a positive attitude towards democracy as a preferred form of government. The same goes for Zimbabwe, which is 75%. The least support, this is interesting, the least support. I've just said the highest support for democracy, according to Afrobarometer, is in Zambia and Zimbabwe. The least support for democracy by citizens is found in Lesotho, 49% of the population, and Angola, 47% of the population. So that is where we are. Now, if we then take the flip side of democracy, then that's autocracy, the other key word that we talk about. That's a repressive kind of governance, authoritarian kind of governance, repressive, tyrannical governance system, in which a strong leader wields overwhelming power, and in such a system, all executive, legislative, and judicial power rest in the hands of the all-powerful leader with ostensible support, most of the time by the security establishment in that country. Historically, we have experienced in the region this kind of governance system over the years, in particular since between the 1960s and 1980s in our region, in the form of military rule, one-man rule, absolute monarchy in some instances in our region. And this issue still is still with us, the issue of autocracy. We should not take it lightly. What is encouraging, though, is that, Program Director, is that since the past 25 years, despite the expansion of democracy, or rather, what is gratifying is that the majority of citizens, in our region reject authoritarian rule. They reject one-party rule, they reject military rule, they reject one-man rule. That's encouraging. That's encouraging. And the data shows that the abhorrence of autocratic rule is relatively high in Zambia again, where 90% of citizens reject military rule, followed by Botswana and Mauritius, both at 82%. of citizens rejecting that type of rule. Now, anocracy is the one that is the kind of governance system that is, that combines democracy and autocracy. That's anocracy. It's a tenuous system that combines elements of both democracy and autocracy. It is both semi-democratic and semi-autocratic. In the literature, anocracies are referred to variously as illiberal democracies, hybrid democracies, electoral autocracies, gray zone regimes, choiceless democracies, military-dominated democracies, proto-democracies, etc. Anocracy, therefore, is largely a result of the global democratic hemorrhage that I referred to earlier. Since the early 2000s, that's the problem that we've witnessed since that time. Up to now, it continues to date. And time will tell, or let me put it this way, that some countries in our region, SADC region, are trapped in anocracy today. Time will tell if they remain in this position permanently, or worse still, if they regress into autocracy, or better still, if they progress into democracy. Our commitment here through ECF is that they should progress towards democracy. Finally, elections. This one, I'm talking to the converted, so I'm not going to say much, except to just say that elections are not synonymous with democracy. I think we should emphasize that point. Democracy means much, much more than elections, much as elections are a key ingredient of democracy. But we cannot reduce elections, democracy to elections simply because they are a key ingredient. So let's be mindful of that. That elections can happen. Elections can advance democracy, much the same way that elections can actually shield autocracy. So let's be very careful how we handle elections. And also, when we observe elections, we should be mindful of that dynamic. And in both autocracies and anocracies, elections have become mere rituals with no democratic quality or integrity. Conversely, in democracies, elections become meaningful to governance, peace, and development, given their integrity. Elections to be held in SADC region in 2023 include DRC, Lesotho, Mozambique, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, and Eswatini. Elections that are coming next year are also still as many, because there's Botswana, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, and Zanzibar island of Tanzania. What we always have to watch out for is the extent to which, and this is important, the extent to which the twin principle of procedural certainty, that is predictability of rules, and substantive uncertainty, indeterminacy of election results before they are announced by the EMB, is adhered to, as it is crucial for advancing democratization. So the twin principle of procedural certainty and substantive uncertainty is key in determining whether that election is actually anchored on democracy or is aimed at shielding either autocracy or anocracy. That's the story, basically. So those are the key words. Let me talk briefly around what I referred to, Program Director, as democratic renaissance. This is what happened in between the late 80s and early 2000s. And this is the period in which ECF was established. When ECF was born in 1998, Southern Africa was in the throes of democratic transitions. That started in earnest with the demise of apartheid in Namibia, 1989, and South Africa in 1994. These were exciting times of momentous developments and undergetting democratic renaissance globally, and Southern Africa was no exception to this. Between the late 80s and early 2000s, all Southern African countries that were under the grip of autocratic rule transitioned to democracies. This is the era of re-democratization, following years of autocracies of either military or civilian varieties. This is what I then termed a democratic renaissance. Citizen satisfaction with the way democracy works in their countries, in the region, differs from one country to another. It is highest in Zambia, where the largest majority of citizens, 71%, feel satisfied with the way democracy works. With the exception of Namibia, where 50% of citizens are satisfied with the way democracy works, in a majority of SADC countries, less than 50% citizens are satisfied. This is important. Citizens are not satisfied with the way democracy works in our countries. The satisfaction level is lowest in my country, Lesotho, where only 26% of citizens are satisfied with democracy. This is data from Afrobarometer. It's not my own story. It's not my own. I'm not. What's the word? Giving my own story. Basically, it's evidence from Afrobarometer that 26% of citizens are satisfied with democracy. In some, citizens' demand for democracy outweighs its supply by governments. So SADC governments are called upon to actually supply more democracy to citizens as per the demand. The establishment, evolution, and institutionalization of ECF-SADC since 1998, therefore, is part of the region's legacy of re-democratization. However, today, as we celebrate 25 years of its existence, of ECF's existence, the region is experiencing de-democratization process. De-democratization process. This is the democratic hemorrhage I referred to, which has led to the global breakdown and collapse of democracy, resulting in outright resulting largely in anocracies. Fortunately, the breakdown has not led to total collapse of democracy and total slippage into autocracies. We are in that middle space that I spoke about of anocracies. Most of our countries are there now in anocracies. And we will talk more about this, I think, tomorrow when we launch a journal, a joint project of the Electoral Commission of South Africa and the South African Institute for International Affairs on democratic recession. I'm not going to go deep into that. We'll get to that tomorrow when we launch that journal. Democratic hemorrhage in the region manifests in various ways, including, one, whittling of democratic institutions and culture. Two, weakening of civil society and media. Three, rising corruption in both public and private sectors. Four, securitization of politics and politicization of the security agencies. And three, military and executive coup d'etat. Military and executive coup d'etat. Military coups is exactly what we witnessed, the attempted coup in Sierra Leone this week. That's what's happening in many of our countries. Executive coups, we are referring to manipulation of constitutions by incumbents to prolong tenure in office. That's what's also a manifestation of this on our continent and our region. In sum, today, all the three forms of governance coexist in the SADC region. There are autocratic countries in our region. Take a moment, where you are seated, take a moment. Just think, just to yourself. And don't even answer me back. But think and answer yourself this question. Here we go. Where does your country fall? There are anocracies in Southern Africa. Does your country fall under this category? Answer that question to yourself. There are democracies in our region. Does your country fall under this category? There are autocracies in our region. Does your country fall under this category? So that's an assignment to ourselves. So that's group work, an individual, a one-person group work. for ourselves, and you answer to and you report to yourself. I'm about to land. The democratic hemorrhage has several impacts, and this is important, Program Director. This is why I'm going to land. Important impacts in our region, chief among which are 5. Loss of faith in elections. 2, declining public trust in leadership institutions. 3, lack of inclusiveness. 4, over-centralization of power. And 5, finally, the contradictory role of digital and social media. These are the 5 major attributes of this democratic hemorrhage in our region. And the loss of faith in elections is basically about how citizens participate in the electoral process. We have witnessed over the years, since the recent past, that voter turnout is low. Voter turnout is declining by every time we hold elections, the turnout is going down. Turnout is going down. And when you look at the different types of elections, it's even worse for local elections and referenda compared to presidential and parliamentary elections. Turnout, where we have countries where it is lowest. I mean, those that are below 50%. For instance, Lesotho, 38 in its general election of 2022. Angola, 45%, 2022. DRC, 45%, 2018. Madagascar, 46% in this recent election of last week. The highest turnout is recorded in Seychelles, 88% in 2020, Botswana, 84% 2019, Mauritius, 77% in 2019, Malawi, 71% in 2019, Zambia, 70% in 2021. And how do citizens then perceive elections, whether the elections work for them? An overwhelming majority of 80% of Zambians and 59% of Zimbabweans and 52% of Malawians believe that elections enable them to remove underperforming members of parliament. Conversely, only 34% of citizens in Mauritius and Botswana, respectively, and 36% of citizens in Angola think elections assist in removing from office leaders who fail to live up to the mandate given by voters. So the problem then is that of turnout, that citizens are beginning to dissociate themselves from the electoral process. In particular, young people. We need to address that problem. Second is declining public trust. Faith in democracy and elections, as faith in democracy and elections dwindles, so does public trust in leadership institutions in our region. Trustworthiness of key institutions is fast declining. Data also shows that the majority of citizens trust 3 main institutions. Today, our citizens, not only in the region, the whole continent, there are 3 main institutions that they trust. The trust is highest in those 3. Let me put it that way, to be more precise. These are religious leaders, 66%. Remember, religious leaders are not elected, so EMBs are not involved there. There's no EMB for religious affairs. Now, that's 66%. The army, 63%. The army is not elected. Soldiers are not elected. And traditional leaders, they are not elected, remember. 61%. No. 51%, not 61. I said religious leaders, 63%. program director. The army 66 religious leaders. The army 63, and traditional leaders 51. Yes. So public trust is at its lowest ebb in respect of 5 key institutions of democracy, namely opposition parties. I hope members of political parties are here. Opposition parties, 31% of citizens, they enjoy trust in 31%. Parliament, which is an elected body, elected institution, 36%. Ruling parties, 36%. Local government authorities, 38%. And national, this is where you come in now, national electoral commissions, yourselves, 39%. 39% of trust from citizens. This trend surely has serious implications for the inculcation of a culture of democracy in the region, especially in the face of current democratic hemorrhage. It's a challenge. It's a big challenge. It needs to be addressed. How do we, enhance? How do we regain the public trust? EMB is included. Lack of inclusiveness. Some of the core pillars of democracy include participation and representation. The level of degree of participation and representation is a predictor for the inclusiveness of the governance system in place. Ideally, all adult citizens have to fully participate in the democratic and electoral processes within the confines of the relevant national laws and regulatory frameworks, as well as international principles and norms. Special attention has to be given to vulnerable and marginalized social groups, such as women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Women constitute more than 50% of the total population of each of our SADC countries. And I'm reminded, Program Director, that actually we are in the window of the activism against gender-based violence. And I think it's important for us to embrace that activism and not just embrace it, but be seen to act it to protect women and children. Young people aged 18 to 35 ages, according to the African Union definition, constitute about 70% of the total population of each one of our SADC countries. Evidence points to the reality that SADC countries still have a long way to go towards achieving meaningful inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disability in the democratic and electoral processes. That is the task for us as EMBs. Because when you look at just the parliament, representation in parliament, as an example, only 6 countries have reached more than the minimum 30% threshold in terms of gender equality in parliament, or women's representation in parliament. These are South Africa, 47%, Namibia, 44%, Mozambique, 42%, Tanzania, 37%, Angola, 34%, and Zimbabwe, 31%. Data on representation of young people and persons with disabilities, it's a bit hard to come by, so it's not easy to share in this platform. Over-centralization of power. Here we're looking at how power is centralized at the level of the state. And once that power gets centralized, it also easily becomes personalized. Once it gets centralized, it also becomes easily personalized. Once power is centralized and personalized, that's a fertile breeding ground for corruption, patronage, right? For corruption, patronage, and all kind of vices that undermine public administration. In some instances, as state power is centralized, I think I've already said that it's also personalized. Institutions become synonymous with personalities of leaders and vice versa, leading to, among other things, manipulation of constitutions to prolong tenure in state office, in state house. Consequently, communities are disempowered. Local governance becomes dysfunctional, and local rural development is arrested. Focus of public services tends to be more on urban and peri-urban areas and less on rural areas. That's why poverty is more entrenched in rural communities than in urban and peri-urban areas. So that needs to be addressed. I know it's not the direct duty of the EMB, but we have to think about how that gets addressed, really. Contradictory role of the digital and social media. That's another issue that I think we need to to grapple with. And I know that the Electoral Commission of South Africa and AWEB have done a marvelous job on this, convening us right here, actually, last year sometime, right here in Cape Town, on the same issue. And that you have gone beyond that, Program Director, to actually develop guidelines on this particular, on this important issue of digital and social media that was adopted recently in Cotonou, Benin, during the forum of the Association of African Electoral Authorities. There, I don't want to belabor the point. I think that should suffice on that issue, because it's an important issue with the emergence now of the artificial intelligence, the fourth industrial revolution and all that. We need to be mindful of what are the effects of this on democracy and elections. We've seen the terrible experiences with the Cambridge Analytica, right? A data mining company based in London is now defunct. What they did in Kenya during the elections and Nigeria, we don't want that anywhere near our region. Let's do our best in that regard. And I hope these principles actually, once they get implemented, they will help us go a long way in that direction. I'm closing, Program Director, just to highlight 3 strategic milestones of the ECF-SADC as we celebrate this moment. I know there are many, but I just want to single out 3 that I consider very strategic. One is norm setting around elections. ECF-SADC has developed normative frameworks aimed at promoting democracy and safeguarding electoral integrity, e.g. the 2003 Principles for Election Management, Monitoring and Observation, PEMO, that we all know, came as a result of the ECF initiative working together with the then Electoral Institute of Southern Africa, currently the Electoral Institute for Democracy in Africa. That is a milestone that I think is important to recognize as we celebrate today. The other on the normative frame is the 2007 Principles and Guidelines for the Independence of Electoral Management Bodies of Southern Africa, election management bodies. This also is another milestone, and both of them, I think, they are undergoing review. I'm speaking subject to correction here. I think they're both undergoing review, which is an important thing, given that a lot of time has lapsed since they were developed. And they also guide EMBs in their work. Both sets of norms are under review, as I said, and we hope they will enhance the work of the EMBs. Election observation is another strategic intervention by the ECF. ECF-SADC has consistently deployed observer missions in all SADC countries holding general elections. In 2023, for instance, they observed, among others, in Zimbabwe in August and Eswatini in September. In 2024, I'm sure they plan to observe a number of elections, including Botswana, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, etc., etc. Additionally, ECF has deployed peer-to-peer lessons learning missions outside SADC region, which is important, under the auspices of the ECOWAS Network of Electoral Commissions, ECONET, in Nigeria and Sierra Leone during the general elections of this year. Thirdly, finally, technical assistance is another important strategic intervention by the ECF, with support from its partners, including UNDP. ECF has facilitated peer learning, exchange of electoral material and staff, as well as lessons learning among member EMBs as part of their institutional development. For instance, Lesotho has used ballot papers from Namibia in the past. Malawi has used gas lamps and tents from Zimbabwe, and Tanzania has used cameras from South Africa, etc., etc. This is the kind of solidarity, collaboration that is required. And this kind of peer-to-peer institutional development of EMBs, members of the ECF, should also be encouraged in other regions of our continent. Remember, we have 5 regions: Central, East, North, Southern, we're in Southern, and then West. So it has to kind of percolate into other regions so that it becomes a continental initiative, even under the aegis of the Association of African Electoral Authorities. ECF-SADC has provided technical assistance to DRC in 2011 Zimbabwe in 2013 and Lesotho in 2017. There's regularly provided staff attachment to member EMBs as a benchmarking exercise among the member EMBs with a view to enhancing their effectiveness. Let me just make 5 recommendations. And these recommendations are deliberately aligned to those 5 what I called challenges emanating from democratic hemorrhage. What can EMBs do? I ask myself a question. I think, first, with a view to redress the loss of faith in elections, ECF-SADC has to embark on a concerted effort of civic and voter education in all SADC countries. I'm not quite sure to what extent this is happening, and how this is paying dividend to our democracies. This democracy and peace education should form part of both formal and informal educational systems in our region. Maybe EMBs in your respective countries, you could start, lobbying. Maybe lobbying is not the right word for EMBs. You could start whispering. Let's be diplomatic. You could start whispering to the authorities. Please, can you just voter civic, voter civic education in both formal and informal settings. That could help. That could help. By the way, because Program Director, EMBs enjoy enormous political clout in your respective countries. You are respected. Your voices are listened to. If you say citizens feel this way, leaders will listen to you. I'm sure they will act. They will act. Second, Program Director, with regard to the public trust, I guess well, probably that civic and voter education could also contribute in one way or the other in enhancing citizens' trust in democratic institutions, including the EMB itself. But I would suggest that we need to do our own homework. I think we have a saying that charity begins at home. We need to do our own homework as EMBs within ourselves. What is it that we can do better to enhance public trust in us as we manage elections? And I will even go further to say, I think, frankly, EMBs are supposed to do more than just manage elections. Let's remember we said democracy is far, far more than just elections. So for me, I think EMBs, probably we can start actually calling them exactly what they're supposed to be called: democracy management bodies. Not election management bodies. It's too narrow. Democracy management bodies. So that you know that in between elections, you are managing democracy. Frankly. That could go a long way in enhancing citizens' trust. Third, the participation issue, inclusiveness issue, EMBs, again, have a key role to play, and ECF coordinating us, have a key role to play in ensuring that citizens do participate. And that participation should not be confined only to elections. It should be participation across, throughout the democratic process, even in between elections. How do we do that? We have to find a way, we have innovative ways, Program Director, of doing exactly that. Because as I want to propose, maybe let me put it, focusing mainly, Program Director, on 3, maybe not, but prioritizing 3. Maybe we could see other groups as we go along, but for purposes of registering impact that is demonstrable, we can focus on women, youth, and persons with disabilities as a start, really. Fourth, before I finalize, the issue around can we think about this on over-centralization? From Director, is there a way we can think outside the box? Is there a way we can think outside the box and expand our involvement in the electoral management process? We seem to be too focused and fixated on presidential elections, parliamentary elections, and time and again, referenda. We are not there at the local level. We are not seen or felt in local elections, except in those instances where actually there's harmonized electoral system, like Zambia, I think, like Zimbabwe, like a few others that have harmonized. Maybe that harmonization could actually be a solution. It could actually be a solution because it probably saves even costs. I don't know. You know better. It probably saves costs. It will help us then to have a fuller view of the electoral process rather than being selective to only presidential and parliamentary. Finally, I think that there's need for EMBs to also drive in between elections, to drive, no, not drive, to maybe not drive, but maybe not drive, but to get actively involved in electoral and governance reform processes. In electoral and governance reform processes. And here, try to also whisper to the authorities that there should be a clear focus in the reforms, a clear focus on how to regulate digital and social media. How to regulate digital and social media. While at the same time, we know that digital and social media has opened spaces for broader participation of our citizens, which is good. But it has its own challenges of like fake news, disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, etc., etc. So we have to find a way of regulating this thing. Otherwise, it will damage democracy, which is already hemorrhaged as we speak. So, and I want to actually applaud the initiative by the Electoral Commission of South Africa and the AAEA for launching this principles and guidelines for the use of digital and social media in elections in Africa. It's an important initiative, a timely one that has just been launched in Cotonou, Benin. I want to land by, Director, a quote from one of the renowned sons of this continent, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela used to say, "It always seems impossible until it is done." And I think that the EMBs should not think that this democratic hemorrhage is doing a fatal, is registering a fatal blow on democracy. We should always think that, frankly, it is possible to reverse this trend towards democratic renaissance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give our keynote speaker another round of applause. Thank you very much. Where are those people that don't clap but do this? Where are they? Nah? Where are they? Okay, let's clap. Okay. Now, I'm not taking it to church. No, I'm not. I'm just saying thank you very much for the input. That is right. We also do that. Thank you very much, Dr. Matlosa, for that input that you have made, and made it with, I think, the concomitant passion that you've done. And I will not attempt, absolutely not attempt, to summarize what it is that you said, except for just pull together the work that we did yesterday up till today. I think yesterday was a day, not I think, I know, that yesterday was a day of looking internally into the forum, talking about what the nuts and bolts of what it takes to keep this forum going. All these years, these 25 years, would not have been possible if the members of the forum had not reached deep in order to sustain the forum. And I think yesterday, the conversations that we had, they were all about what it is that it takes to sustain the forum. What are the, not just human resources, but everything else that it takes to keep this forum together. And I think what Dr. Matlosa has done for us today is to take us out of not just the forum, but to paint a canvas of the context in which we do our business, of the things that are out there threatening to devour all this good effort that we put into each of us as individual election management bodies, and as I said, democracy management bodies. Dr. Matlosa, I've just gotten used to calling ourselves EMBs, so, you know, kind of like have to go back and figure out DMBs. But never mind, I'm sure we'll get the hang of it. We all love our acronyms so much. And I think that the conversation that we have about what is it that we need in order to sustain ourselves as a forum, be it deploying human resources, be it talking to finance ministers so that our national treasuries, in order to keep this body going. I think what Dr. Matlosa has done is begun to give us a set of concepts that I think would serve us very well if we could synthesize that and put it into our argumentation, our persuasive arsenal to talk to the people that we need to talk to when we explain what is at stake. A lot of the time, we hear people say, but why is our budget so big? Why does an EMB, why does it take so much money to run an election? I know this because when we are interviewed for the jobs that we are interviewed for, I don't know what your interviewers ask you, but one of the things that they pose is, why on earth should we pay so much money to do what it is when we do elections? And one of the best ways, I think, to answer this question is to say that, not implying that everything else is not important, but to say when you get an election wrong, you absolutely can have civil war the following day. Absolutely have a civil war the following day. And that is what is at stake. And I think that this basis that you've given us, Dr. Matlosa, I would like to persuade the House to say, let us find ways of pulling that together and putting it into that work that we need in order to talk to the people that we need to talk about what it is that is at stake. You know, it is not just about you know, this is so much money. People think we fly around and we stay in nice hotels, which sometimes we do. But I think there's a bigger story, and I think what Dr. Matlosa has done is very succinctly painted that picture. Now, before I give another keynote speech, don't tempt me. Let me say this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony and say to you that you'll be happy to know, at least I am happy that I will now happily vacate my seat as your cruise controller. And I am going to join you and listen with everyone else. And I am going to leave you in the able hands of one of our own, Ntomfuti Masinga. We call her Futi. And just a small little remark, she is shorter than I am, which is fantastic. Okay. At this point in time, just a few housekeeping things. We are going to break. I am told that we are going to have a family photo. And today it's the larger family. So it's aunts, it's uncles, it's everyone. And if we can organize ourselves so that we can go and take the family photo, we're then going to have a short little tea break. I'm all for working as you eat, so I am not averse to you bringing a cup of tea or coffee inside. If Futi is averse to it, she will let you know. Let us have the family photo, grab a cup of tea, and come back, mindful of the fact that in the morning we lost about 20 minutes of starting time. And I know for a fact we will not be able to shorten the discussions that are going to come. And with that, I thank you for your graciousness. I thank you for your forbearance. I thank you for your grace. And today, for me, it's been lovely. Thank you very much.
Down, please. My name is Domfuti Masinga, known as Futi. I'm with the Electoral Commission of South Africa. I'm responsible for one of the provinces called KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm from Durban. I will be what Dr. Masugo refers to as a continuity presenter or facilitator or whatever you fancy. My job is very brief for this morning. Initially, I thought I will introduce all the panelists, and I was practicing all these brilliant surnames, and until I realized that's the job of the chairperson. That's good. So I only have one person to introduce, and just to contextualize what this session is about, you will see in your program, this is session 1 that was supposed to start at 10:30. And we are going to be picking up from where Dr. Mahlosa left off earlier on. We're very excited with the insightful reflection that he gave on the state of our institutions and how we are viewed and the role that we played in the entrenchment of democracies in our countries. We are following on from that. This particular session is going to be focusing on the critical review of the past 25 years of democracy and elections within the SADC region and the implications for the future. This is what this session is about, and we're going to be in the capable hands of our chairperson for the session, and that will be Mr. Sheuneni Kurasha, who is the Program Director for Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights within the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And he will be chairing the session for the day. We will have at least 15 minutes, not at least, a maximum of 15 minutes for each of our panelists. We will only allow an engagement at the end of all the 3 presentations, once they have shared what they have prepared for us today. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to invite our chairperson to come forward and take the podium, and he will be chairing the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, facilitator, for the floor. Good morning, good afternoon. Morning. It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning. I work for an institution whose head is called the Speaker. Yes. So 2 things you must never do when we interact is that if you can, don't give me the floor. If you do, make sure you tell me how much time I have, because I've learned well from my principals. I'm honored to be chairing this session. The SADC Parliamentary Forum, the institution that I represent, is represented in the meeting, myself and my colleague, Joseph Manzi. We are a partner, an active and intimate partner of ECF-SADC. We have traveled this journey together, and it's always a pleasure to be attending ECF-SADC meetings. I have a very distinguished panel, which is made of panelists who I would call comrades in arms, because we have been in the trenches together over the last 25 years. And it will be very interesting as we go into reflective moments during the session. I hope that we are going to achieve 5 things and 5 things only during the session. The first one is the assessment of the historical progress in terms of what we have gone through over the last 25 years. When we look at the different aspects, whether we're looking at the introduction and mainstreaming of the election cycle, whether we look at the growth in capacity of the African Union and its RECs, SADC included, in terms of observing the elections, the professionalization or attempt to professionalize electoral management bodies and their secretariats, the emerging issues that we're grappling with, the cross-cutting issues that we confront in the electoral space. These are some of the things that we're going to be looking at through the lenses of my colleagues who represent different institutions, as I will introduce. We're also going to identify the key challenges. Whereas the successes, we would want to identify the key challenges. When I was listening to the keynote address, he made me believe that there is a relationship between elections and democracy. Whether this relationship is in positive or negative form, we shall know through the presentations of the colleagues. We would also want to come up with concrete resolutions in terms of recommendations, policy recommendations on specific issues that are going to emerge. And obviously, the last aspect is the collaboration that must permeate all our engagements in terms of the relationships of the different electoral management bodies through ECF. We need collaboration. One of the things that we now know with elections, just like many other things, is that what one electoral commission is battling with, the other commission has possibly overcome. And by sharing these experiences, we are able to enrich our conversations. Without any further ado, let me introduce my panel. The first panelist, and because gender is an electoral issue, I wish to declare that we have surpassed 50% in my panel. In this regard, my first panelist is none other than Olufundo Akinduro, who is a daughter of this region, regardless of her opinion. She's the Senior Program Officer, International IDEA, and is going to speak on perspectives on state of democracy in Southern Africa and the role of elections in promoting democracy. The second panelist is equally a daughter of the continent and especially of the region. None other, Clara Cole, Regional Director, Africa at IFES. She's going to focus on perspectives on key considerations for guaranteeing the integrity of electoral processes as pathway to deepening democracy in Southern Africa. Last but no means least is Hassan Sisse, Senior Electoral Political Affairs Officer, Electoral Assistance Division, Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs, United Nations Secretariat, and he will focus on a review of election conflict, prevention and management, lessons for the future. And that future is now. So because the future is now, allow me to hand over to Olufundo to give us the perspectives on state of democracy in Southern Africa and the role of elections in promoting democracy. Over to you, Olufundo.
Thank you very much, Croatia. For some reason, I still can't pronounce your first name, so I go for the surname. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Since he started off on the question of gender, so should I say, you got the B game by mistake. So it will still have been a partial Manel. So I bring apologies and greetings as well on behalf of my regional director, Dr. Roba Sharamo, who unfortunately could not make it due to a clash of schedules. And should I say then, lucky everyone that you have the B game in my speaking on his behalf. And also to thank the ECF for the continued partnership over the years with International IDEA. Congratulations on the 25th anniversary of the forum. We consider the work of the forum quite important, and also to bring our best wishes to electoral commissions that are going to elections immediately after now. With that said, I was whispering to the panel chair that I wonder what exactly I want to say about state of democracy after the keynote address. I'm trying to look around the room for Dr. Matlosa to thank him for already, covering the grounds. Yeah, so it's hard to come up with a very long intervention after that, but I hope that the thoughts I'll put out, will serve as good basis for us to engage in discussions in terms of the link between democracy and elections. He made a good point at the beginning of his speech to say that elections are not, synonymous with democracy. You can have continuous elections and yet miss the mark as far as democracy is concerned. However, with that said, elections serve a very, very critical part of that journey. Elections are the doorway, and elections are the most critical moment where citizens feel like they have a space to engage in the democratic process. So that certainly cannot be ignored as we talk about this. Also to mention the fact that the journey of democracy is not a linear one. Sometimes, we have this whole conversation about transitions, and then it makes it seem as if consolidation is just a straightway path. But the journey of democracy is an interesting one. Sometimes goes forward, sometimes backwards, sometimes takes a completely sideways journey. But quite interestingly is that once we talk about democracy, one key part of that journey is that we always end at the doorstep of elections. It is always that we talk about transitions, we can have negotiations post-conflict, we can have negotiations post-difficult or undemocratic regimes, but we always see elections as the end of that journey, and that points us, to the importance of that. With that said, at International IDEA, we look at democracy, through different lenses, looking at it through the lens of representation, which is where elections sit. We look at it from the part of rights, human rights, the broader framework for protection of human rights. And interestingly, elections also have an integral part in that, because the people have a right, as entrenched in the UN declaration, their right to free and fair elections. And then there is the question of civic participation as well. And then the question we have, which is actually the focus of our 2023 Global State of Democracy report, which looks at the role of countervailing institutions. And quite interestingly for us as IDEA, we picked up on the fact that electoral commissions serve as one of the key formal countervailing institutions. Generally, when we think about the concept of checks and balances, we all think of the judiciary, we think of the parliament. But interestingly, on the continent, as our democratic journeys have evolved, we have seen more and more the role of election management bodies serving that space to push back on executive overreach, and also to just provide the safe space to protect elections on our continent. Therefore, election management bodies serve a very, very, very critical role in the democratic space. And on the balance of that, we've also picked up on the role of civil society as what we have labeled as informal countervailing institutions. And post-COVID, we saw the evolution of the space in Africa, where we saw the emergence, of popular uprisings as one of the main, spaces where citizens had a space to express themselves. And the second space where we also saw loud, expression of citizens' interest was in the space of elections. So I hope these points, to the importance of electoral processes. I have tried to just skip off most of the things I had written down as painting the context. But anyways, 20 years, 25 years down the line, where do we find ourselves sitting? First, to mention that across the Southern Africa region, there are now permanent structures for election management, and this forum serves as a great, space for peer learning. The different structures for election management in the different countries, we don't have a one-size-fits-all for the different countries. Countries have selected management structures based on their own context, but the ECF serves as a good space for comparative learning and the space where countries can pick up from each other. I think the space where electoral commissions work has changed considerably. First, to say that democracy has come full cycle. This is the way I choose to describe it personally. And looking at the demographics of the region, the overall youthful population. During the keynote address, Professor Kabele mentioned, the fact, the role of the youth. And for me, looking at the Southern Africa region, where we have come from a long background of liberation struggles and these liberation movements morphing into political parties, and now we are sitting with a population of people much younger than the age of 35 who do not have these strong links to liberation movements or the importance of liberation-based parties. And there was the question the keynote speaker raised about the loss of interest and the drop in voter turnout. Where do we see that link? And one of the points I pick up is the change, the evolving space where the population is much more youthful and the expectations are different. We can also link that to the question of social media. It's easy for me to sit on my phone and I can see what's happening in Germany, I can see what's happening in the United Kingdom, and our expectations of public service and of governance has evolved quite rapidly. And therefore, we have moved away from that space where it is just enough to conduct regular elections. There is now more demand for accountability. Citizens on the streets now want to ask you the question, 25 years of democracy, so what? What has democracy delivered for me? Now, this is not a question that election management bodies can respond to on their own, but quite interestingly, during an election, all eyes go to the electoral commissions as though these are people that can answer that question. There was also the question he raised about the lack of trust, not just in election management body, but overall in governments and public service. And this is very closely linked to the question of the social contract. Again, not primarily an electoral issue, but during elections, we ask ourselves, can I have a choice? Am I able to choose a leader that will help me to reconnect to the state and all that? The evolution of the digital space, not just in terms of the digital information space, but also the use of elections in our, the use of technology in our elections has really, really, really changed the face of how democracy works in our region. And the question is this, whether election managers themselves are also moving and evolving as fast as this space itself is evolving. I've talked about dwindling voter turnout and the dwindling interest. And one big question is this, and the keynote speaker alluded to it. We see the continued interest in democracy as the accepted form of governance, as a positive. We see it as an opportunity. But how do we balance that with the dwindling voter turnout that we see? So there is interest in democracy, but when it's time to vote, we don't see the voter turnout. That is, for me, an interesting question that I would want for us to put our minds to. However, looking beyond the challenges, it's also important to try and put out a few points of recommendations. How many minutes do I have left?
2 minutes.
Now. I will resign from Team Makorokoto. So, back to the recommendations. This is what it looks like. Okay, thank you. So I was talking about the recommendations to wind down very quickly. I mentioned the fact that the space cannot be addressed only by election management bodies, because an election cannot be delivered by one institution alone. When we look at the space of democracy, there are many democratic institutions that must work hand in hand to address the challenges and the issues we have picked up. First of all is to encourage this body of, this network of EMBs to commission further researches and initiatives to look at that disconnect between the continued interest in democracy and the dwindling voter turnout. Secondly, is to address the issue around the threats experienced in the digital space, and to look at our approaches to voter engagement and strategic communication, and to establish ways to proactively use the digital media by election management bodies. We have delivered voter education initiatives over the last 25 years in certain ways that looked like they delivered for us in terms of bringing the voters to the table. However, with the evolution of the digital media space, voter education needs to be repackaged and refocused to ensure that electoral commissions are reaching out in a more targeted manner. In terms of safeguarding the electoral processes, we also see the role of observation and assessment initiatives. Observation not just by international groups as done by the ECF, but also by citizen observers. It was unfortunate that we saw how citizen observers were treated within the space of the Zimbabwean elections, but it is important that in moving forward to safeguard the overall democratic space, that the civic space is left open, the role of citizen observers is recognized, and there is room for further dialogue between electoral commissions and these citizen observer groups. Peer learning, which is what the ECF has done very well in over the last 25 years. What can we do better? Should we begin to look at ways to balance peer learning with peer accountability? We do not only learn from each other, but should there be spaces where we can show solidarity and also hold each other accountable on the conduct of electoral processes within the space? EMB is leading the charge on reforms. There is a critical role for election management bodies to put out their voices on reform initiatives, especially where the ECF-SADC has picked up recommendations in their election assessments and their processes of observation. I have a thought, which I have to an extent discussed with the ECF Secretariat, on the question of whether the ECF should be focusing on election observation, or whether looking into more support initiatives that can help to address challenges picked up in the electoral space. On the issue of youth and women participation, there is the need to undertake a critical review of political party structures. Whilst the Southern Africa region has shown itself as a leader in the space of women's representation, more could be done to bring political parties in line in terms of their internal democracy and their political and their party structures, to make it more conducive for women and young people to engage the democratic space. Interestingly, I like to give the example as a good one of South Africa. Over 20 years after its democracy, being able to open the space for discussions around its electoral system and the question of inclusion. There are countries where the feeling is that the national electoral system is something that should never be touched after it has been set in the constitution. But we have seen South Africa return to the plate and ask this question, and public dialogues and engagements have been held in that space. Finally, to talk, just to round up in terms of the digital media space, that EMBs should lead the charge in terms of facilitating dialogues between the social media platforms, the information regulators in the different countries to address, one, the legal frameworks guiding the use of the digital media space, to move away from initiatives to criminalize the use of social media, and also to develop partnerships between service providers, these are the platforms, the information regulators, and election management bodies in the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olufundo. Very illuminating, I must say, and I would not want to waste time, but I was tempted, maybe before we move to the next panel, prompted by the point you raised about engaging political parties, in particular regarding the inclusion of women and youth. Who really should engage political parties? Everyone agrees that political parties can do something and need to be engaged. But who should do it? Who is going to tie the bell on the neck of the cat? Because we don't seem to be winning. The rate at which we're moving is definitely the rate at which no one is happy. So who really should, in your view, should engage political parties? And if there are any examples from the work that International IDEA is doing globally, we'll be happy in 2 minutes to hear from you.
Putting me on the spot. So I've written my resignation from Team Makorokoto. It's an interesting one because the space of engagement with political parties, on the side of support providers, you know, everyone wants to keep a cautious engagement because you don't want to be seen as political. And then at the level of formal regulation of political parties, EMBs do have a role in that space. So for that reason, I will start from the space of election management bodies that already have a formal responsibility written in the law in terms of registering and regulating political parties. I think first and foremost, and that's why I said a review of their constitutions and looking into what they have documented. So for me, it's EMBs engaging them on that level. I think as well, support providers, democracy support providers need to take a much more broader approach to providing support for political parties. Then at the level of parliaments in terms of amending our legal frameworks. And parliaments would not just be national parliaments because we also have the regional bodies, which is where you are the culprit involved in this. But also looking regionally to have comparative spaces to see not just the legal frameworks, but looking into political party practices. I remember once we were writing a report on a particular country and somebody said, if political parties did not have voluntary quotas, what you are commending in this particular country now as good performance on gender, you would not see it. So again, that primary responsibility and willingness turns most of the time back to parties. And they should be, you were asking about good practices. Having those political party dialogue and engagement platforms formalized, because sometimes you have electoral commissions that just say, if they come to us, we respond. But I think formalizing such platforms and putting the question of gender and inclusion on the table on such platforms will be critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olfundo. Very critical and useful, because it's a conversation we have to confront. I was in a meeting of Women's Caucus of a national parliament, and one member of parliament said, political parties have become an albatross on our necks when it comes to gender equality. And it got me thinking, we really need to think about who has to hold political parties accountable. I know that in the SADC region, we have cases where there is regulation. We have cases where there is zero regulation at all for political parties. There is no linkage between some of the incentives given to political parties and the compliance with inclusion. Let me move to Clara. Clara, we are keen to hear from you, given the global footprint that IFES has and the work that you have been doing on the continent, in the region, perspectives on key considerations for guaranteeing the integrity of electoral processes as pathway to deepening democracy in the region, Southern Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning again. All protocols observed. It really is a pleasure to be with you this morning, afternoon. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to be speaking with some of the foreguards in terms of managing and delivering elections in this sub-region. And so as IFES, as an African, it truly is a pleasure and an honor to be speaking with you. And so just to jump right into this conversation, I think based on the conversation that we had and some of the presentations made yesterday, I believe we can all agree that there is a common understanding of what constitutes a credible, inclusive, and transparent elections. While it is now more than evident that elections are not the singular marker of a democracy, and an election conducted according to national and internationally accepted standards is an important indication of the health of a country's democracy. I believe Professor Matlosa highlighted these points during his keynote address. And so building on that idea, it is a very, very important one, and it is a very true one. And an election, as we've seen across the continent, and not just in Southern Africa, but if we're looking across the continent, it is clear that as we are in the third, fourth wave of democratization, we are seeing countries hold elections, but do those elections equate to democracy? Moving on, in addition to elections being an indicator, there's also an appreciation that the legal frameworks and the national circumstances of each of our countries' democratic arrangement varies. To have an election with integrity, the election must be seen as well as perceived to be inclusive, transparent, and credible. As elections are collective national efforts that involve a multitude of national stakeholders, we've been talking about this for most of the day, that an elections is not just managed by an election management body. There are a multitude of national stakeholders involved in this exercise. It is a national exercise. And so we see civil society, the police, the judiciary, all parts of the process. And in terms of their in terms of these institutions' participation in the process, citizens' perception of the integrity of these institutions is invariably linked to their perception of the credibility and integrity of the various aspects of the process for which the institution is responsible. And so just to break that down a bit, if the judiciary is not perceived as an institution with integrity, if at the end of the day, the election management body delivers a seemingly credible and inclusive process, if the perception is we then need to go to the judiciary to decide the outcome, obviously citizens' perceptions of that institution, similarly for the police, similarly for civil society. And so I think in understanding and appreciating the electoral process, recognizing that it is a national collective effort and each of these institutions and parties play a key role in the integrity of the process, it's appreciating that their perception, citizens' perceptions of their integrity rubs off on the integrity of the commission and the process that the commission is delivering. This is why I believe that the trust and confidence in the outcome of an election reflects the trust and confidence citizens have in the leadership and management of the process. It is also important to acknowledge that elections increasingly are being conducted under drastically more complex operational and political environments. With the burgeoning youth population across the continent, this electorate expects EMBs to make it increasingly easier for them to cast their ballot and to have results aggregated faster through the use of new technologies. Olufunto and Professor Matlosa highlighted some of these issues. If we're looking at the role and the face of how social media has changed elections, the process of elections and the engagement around elections, what you're looking at how civil society, how political parties engage on these various platforms, recognizing the role and how social media and new digital technologies have changed the face of elections, it is important to recognize that interplay. And in addition, parties are communicating and engaging electorates, and candidates are communicating with the electorate and supporters through new platforms that we all are now aware of. And in that, the commission is also expected to engage as well as monitor, even if this is not an aspect of their mandate. And so we see that social media has significantly changed the role of an election management body's mandate. From issues of operational independence, we're now talking about recruitment, termination and procurement, technical competencies, and financial resource complaints, budget modalities, election dispute resolution mechanisms, targeted political interference, targeted campaigns of misinformation, disinformation, as well as cybersecurity threats. The challenges have evolved as the stakeholders and the processes have advanced. And finally, it's important to note that with this complex operating environment, EMBs are often expected to do all of these things with less resources. Now, to speak about principles that I believe can serve as benchmarks of electoral integrity, I would like to highlight the following, and some of this you heard in Professor Matlosa's presentation, and I believe my colleagues have touched on some of these. I would like to highlight just a few, and I know that many in this room can add to those benchmarks, but I think I would start with impartiality, accountability, communication, responsiveness, transparency, and professionalism. I think each of these principles speak to the reality and perception. And I go back to this point about perception, because perception and reality are integral and are linked. And the perception of how an institution carries out its mandate and its decision-making process directly impacts the perception of integrity of that institution. While there are a number of factors that shape public perception, I believe that we can all agree that at a certain point, in certain contexts, public perception can outweigh and even distort reality. I think a number of you can have experienced that. What institutions, what civil society, and what the citizens perceive of your integrity or the integrity of the other institutions that are co-organizing the electoral process, how citizens perceive that directly impacts their perception and their perception of the credibility of the process that is delivered and the outcome of that process. And therefore, it is important that, it's more important than ever, that if there are clear benchmarks to which EMBs can align, such as accountability, transparency, and communication, perceptions should hopefully match reality. In addition, as no election is ever perfect, given the current complex social, operational, and political challenges across the globe, it is essential that as EMBs, I think, again, another point Professor Matlosa highlighted, as stewards and guardians of a process, guardians of democracy, because you are the first step in that wider idea, if we all agree that elections do not necessarily equate to democracy, but we do acknowledge that elections play a pivotal role in the democracy. If as guardians of that process, you can hold yourself accountable, you can hold yourself to key benchmarks such as communication, such as responsiveness, such as impartiality, I think these elements influence and impact the reality and the perception citizens have in your management of that process and in the delivery of the outcome of the process. Lastly, I can appreciate that it's easy for all of us on this panel to give advice and outline principles and outline benchmarks. And I also acknowledge that there isn't a single bullet or a single pill that can fix some of the challenges that we've discussed. And we also recognize that at the end of the day, you guys are at the vanguard. You are in that implementing and delivery role. We are partners. We support you in your ability to deliver it. And so I think it's recognizing that we as supporters, we as implementers, play a background role, and you sit at the vanguard, you sit in the face of it. And so I think it's important for us to acknowledge that role, because, I mean, yes, it's easy for me to say, follow these benchmarks, but then I don't know on the daily basis what the myriad of other institutional challenges, from resources to HR issues to leadership and management process that you face. And so one of the things that I want to emphasize is, and I think a number of my colleagues have also emphasized, is that as a result, because there isn't a single pill or a single magical bullet that will fix all of this, working through collaboration, experience sharing, networks such as ECF, networks such as the others that are in this room, ECOWAS, ECONET, African Union, having a platform where you can share your experiences, having a platform where you can learn from one another is incredibly important to building resilience, building opportunities so that you can learn from one another, and that is the only way to move forward. Wrapping up. Yes, and so building a more professional, building a more resilient and credible body leads to delivering a more credible and inclusive process. Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Thank you, Clara, for a very eloquent submission, and I would not waste time because my credibility is at risk. The facilitator has a totally different opinion of me than when I came. So because of that, allow me to straight on call on Sisi to present. He's presenting on the review of election conflict prevention and management, lessons for the future. 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Kurasha. Please allow me to also recognize the protocols that have been established earlier on, and to thank the organizers, the ECF-SADC, the IEC of South Africa, and the UNDP regional office in Ethiopia for inviting us to be a part of this symposium. And congratulations to the ECF-SADC for its sustained engagement in electoral processes in the region. As our facilitator noted, I've been asked to sort of share some experiences on elections, conflict prevention and management, and I would like to share some points here with you. I think during the presentation of Dr. Matlosa, he talked about the challenges democratic institutions face. He talked about democratic hemorrhage, and we see these challenges across, not just in developed democracies, but also in developing democracies. They're right across the board. And he spoke about the importance of building institutions, which the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 16 really emphasized that point about building inclusive and effective institutions at all levels. But as we speak of democratic hemorrhage, I think we must also not lose sight of the fact that most elections produce results that are acceptable in the face of procedural imperfections. Conversely, even well-conducted elections can end in rejection of the outcome. I think in all of this, the lesson we've learned is that conducting genuine elections, credible elections, require more than improving just the technicalities and compliance with international commitment. It goes way beyond that. And for us in the United Nations, we normally talk of a political approach to elections, which implies that elections are fundamentally political, and that the root causes of electoral violence are often systemic, long-standing, and unresolved grievances, and that elections act as a trigger to set ablaze some of these underlying socioeconomic and political factors. So if we're to talk about lessons for the future, we really need to look at addressing some of these underlying causes of electoral conflict. And this goes way beyond the work of the EMBs, and it goes beyond elections period. It's a long-term intervention that can focus on addressing some of these challenges, and it requires a number of institutions to work on this. And our support to electoral processes often touch on this political approach. If we're to talk about lessons for the future, I think we cannot go beyond looking at the role of political leaders, which is key. Political leaders, in addition to shaping the context, they play a major role in ensuring credible elections. Again, the UN Secretary General, in a series of his reports in the past, spoke of the primary role of political leaders in ensuring peaceful elections. And this goes beyond political leaders in government, but also in opposition. Unfortunately, too often parties and candidates act as a negative force during elections. And if they disregard and don't behave in an ethical manner, it is difficult to ensure that the process is acceptable. So we really need buy-in from political leaders to increase the trustworthiness of a process. But good faith from these contenders, political actors, is just as important. We really need the commitment of political leaders and their supporters to act in a proper, peaceful way and to be gracious in defeat and magnanimous in victory. And in this regard, we've seen in many contexts the establishment of codes of conduct which have been helpful in addressing some of these challenges and in engaging with political leaders. We've also touched on the evolving landscape of political discourse and election administration. And we've seen, again, other speakers have touched on this, the significant impact of social media on elections. Social media can be an enabler for participation and civic engagement, and EMBs can take advantage of it, including being proactive in putting out accurate electoral information. At the same time, we've also seen social media being used as a potential vehicle for spreading misinformation, amplifying hate, and also fueling discrimination and harassment in many contexts. It raises complex questions for member states and presents real challenges to conducting peaceful elections in many contexts. And we basically do commend the work of the IEC South Africa and the AAEA, which previous speakers already alluded to, and their collaboration with the African Union in developing guidelines for social media. And we look forward to supporting its implementation through our work in the various countries where the UN is involved. It is also our hope that the United Nations Digital Global Compact, the UNESCO guidelines for regulating digital platforms, and the UN Secretary-General Code of Conduct on Information Integrity on Digital Platform can all contribute to achieving the goal of regulating social media and improving integrity of electoral processes. This is a challenge, and I think we all need to work towards addressing this challenge in the area of preventing violence around election. We've already also noted the point on inclusion, and in the UN we encourage and advocate on ways on increasing inclusiveness and political participation as confidence-building measures in electoral processes. Where necessary, we've advised temporary special measures to be introduced, and EMBs are encouraged to explore ways in which to engage and connect with young people, including through innovative means and other positive opportunities for their involvement in elections. Beyond inclusiveness, we also cannot talk about preventing violence or conflicts around elections without addressing the issue of transparency in electoral administration. EMBs are called upon not only to do their work effectively and act in accordance with the law, but are also required to strive to enhance confidence by being open, transparent, and consultative, and engage various key stakeholders in the process, including civil society and the general public, with a view to incorporating their views in the process. We also need to do broader engagement with the electoral complaints adjudication actors, particularly the judiciary. And you do have very good examples here in the SADC region where the judiciary has played a very positive role in mediating electoral disputes. Courts should be given an opportunity to work independently with the rules and also in compliance with their human rights obligations. Beyond the judiciary, we also talked about the role of civil society, including faith-based organizations and traditional leaders in preventing and resolving conflicts around elections. This has been very instrumental in many contexts, and EMBs need to explore ways of engaging and partnering with civil society in electoral processes. Finally, we also sort of place premium on the importance of partnerships, and at the UN, we value our partnerships with regional organizations, and we believe that we can leverage our comparative advantages And we've seen very visible successes in the area of the UN working with various regional organizations, whether it's the AU in Madagascar and in Comoros, or with ECOWAS in the Gambia and in Guinea-Bissau, or with SADC in Madagascar and in DRC. And various conflict resolution mechanisms have been put in place, including the CTICC in the SADC region and the work done by the ECF-SADC. These need to be reinforced and actively engage in early warning and prevention around electoral processes. And for us in the UN, we often engage in diplomatic and good offices functions in parallel to our technical assistance that we do provide to underline the political nature of elections. And in doing so, we've had our special representatives of the Secretary General, resident coordinators, and other senior UN officials working very closely with regional organizations in what we refer to as upstream prevention, that is preventing conflicts before they show up in electoral processes. And this is critical. But even when we work separately with regional organizations, it is important that we have a coherent message across the board among international actors. This is very important. In closing, I would like to recognize and pay tribute to EMBs represented here. Your role in facilitating the fundamental rights of people to have a say in their government is vital. We're grateful that despite all the challenges we've discussed here, you're able to discharge your responsibilities with honesty, transparency, integrity, and you are in fact contributing to peaceful elections. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, CTICC, for that very informative presentation, and one that also went a long way in saving my integrity. I think it's, your presentation ties everything very well in terms of the presentation from the other panelists. The fact that elections are often themselves victims of contextual issues. What we often characterize as electoral violence is possibly, or conflict, is possibly elections during conflict rather than conflicts during elections. And the political approach you emphasize, and which happens to be the slant of the SADC Parliamentary Forum by virtue of it being made up of politicians from both ruling and opposition parties, we really need to confront the challenges that are within our context, because often electoral management bodies have to assume a very difficult role. I was in one country in the SADC region where, in the name of electioneering, a politician was bashing an electoral commission for going into bed, this is his own words, into bed with the ruling party. They are colluding, we have evidence, they've stashed the ballot papers in the riverbeds. We are going to expose them because we have evidence. Lo and behold, the Electoral Commission has concluded its tallying and come to the conclusion that the opposition has attained an assailable lead. And this member was actually from the opposition. Now the challenge, one of the challenges of the cadres is how to approach a member who is giving a press conference to say, now the things have changed, they have moved quite fast. We need to prepare for the announcement of results. And in fact, we are the winners. And I took interest. And the member just climbed down and said, after the whisper, says, we know they are very professional. Yeah, they were under a lot of pressure. And for the ordinary citizen and voter, this image stays. It's a permanent record. And therefore, the conversations we really need to have more conversations in terms of some of the things that we do that impact on the public trust of election management bodies. If it was up to me, one job I would never take is that of being an election management commissioner. I'm dramatizing the issue of the challenges that we face. We were in one country recently where they were reviewing, the Electoral Commission was leading the process of reviewing the draft electoral bill. One of the things that became apparent in the frustration of the lack of trust in the public institutions, there's also piling of pressure by political parties and other players for us to lump everything on the Electoral Commission. So if they have grievances with citizen registration, the Electoral Commission must find a solution. If they have issues with access to internet for purposes of campaigning, the Electoral Commission must answer and find a solution. If they must regulate the media outside of the campaign period, the Electoral Commission must tell us why there's biasness. And these are some of the challenges we face, and that's why I said, Cisse, thank you very much for tying everything together. At this juncture, I want to be guided by the facilitator in terms of how we are going to go into the conversation. Over to you, facilitator.
I'm happy you look my side. I've been trying to get your attention. Thank you very much. We don't have plenty of time. I know we all came back late from tea, so our lunch is going to be late, and we're going to have to forfeit 30 minutes of that lunch. So says the facilitator. We will have a few minutes to take a few questions. We have 20 minutes before the next session starts and before this panel leaves and another panel take the floor. So I'm going to allow a few questions, and we will allow responses from our panel, and we strictly have 20 minutes for that. The floor is open. I've got a hand at the back. I hope all our mics are working. I've got a hand at the back. You will be first. Gentlemen, you'll be second. I feel bad that I'm going to call you by name, but I'm referring to everyone else as gentlemen because I know you. Professor Mkhunu, you'll be next. And then I see the last hand. Thank you very much. Let's take those four and allow the panel to respond. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Augustine Maglondo from Democracy X Foundation. Mine is more of a comment on on one of the observations that were made by Olufuntu. And I think it's a point that needs to be emphasized. The issue is more to do with the future of the forum in terms of what more can it do in looking forward beyond 25 years. And I think a lot has been commented regarding the election observation role, and I think that's important. I think there's so much to be done when it comes to looking at support that can be provided in assisting EMBs, particularly when it comes to taking up reform agendas that come out of these processes. It's one area that tends to be neglected, and it's therefore not surprising that oftentimes, after every 5 years, observations that come out of election observer missions sounds as if they are repeating what has happened before. So I think it's important that this area has to be taken up. It also means that the way of engaging has to improve. And here I connect to the point that the chair made regarding engaging other election stakeholders, particularly political parties. So I come from an organization that we work with political parties, and one issue of concern has always been that when EMBs meet and they engage amongst themselves, they talk about political parties. And when political parties meet and engage amongst themselves, they complain about EMBs. What we need is really to have a more constructive engagement between the two. And this engagement is beyond information dissemination that often happens during elections, where EMBs convene political parties to tell them what's going on, but not necessarily to engage with them. There are best practices that I think we can draw from in some of the countries we are working in, and I think some of the EMBs we've engaged within the region, I think, would testify to that. This involves also engaging in between elections, not just in the election period. And that would require that political parties are actively sought after and invited, even to celebrations like these. I think it could have been a good gesture also to have the political actors that oftentimes give challenges to MPs. It's a comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I take the next speaker. You're on the floor, sir. Your hand was up. Should I? Yes, you were the second one, yes. Unfortunately, I don't know names, so I'm going to be referring to you as sir.
Thank you so much, Program Director. My name is David Musoma. I just wanted to find out, especially when it comes to substantive democracy. I have not heard even the inputs from you, the place of capacity and capability of political actors. Is as if whoever gets elected is fit for purpose. Is there any possibility of deepening our inquiry about that? And more importantly, also to seek some understanding about what we call the human will. We say in democracy, people express their will. Is there a difference between enlightened will and an enlightened will when it comes to the exercise of democratic activity? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I just wanted to make a comment, but postulate, some ways of belling the cat. Because the Congress of the Mice, certainly dismissed before they considered how to bell the cat. I think the question was who will bell the cat, so they dismissed. But some of the ideas that we could look at, which is something that one has encountered in many instances of election observation. There's a disconnect between the state and the EMPs when it comes to voting infrastructure. Voting infrastructure usually are schools, health facilities, and so on. Because on the day of the election, the public goes to those facilities. That's where they meet the EMPs' processes. And they find the schools totally dilapidated. I've been in a place where the school, not only it does not have windows, but it doesn't have a floor. It's soil on the floor. So it reflects badly on the EMPs and on the election. So one of the potential ways, I'm just postulating a position, is for the EMPs, to engage the various authorities, health, education, and identify those schools as electoral protected schools, if you like. This is our venue, therefore this school is going to be maintained, developed, ablution systems. You need water, you need ablution systems and all of that. We know the state of decay of infrastructure, that it really doesn't make you look forward as a youngster to go to the same facilities which you hate so much on a day-to-day basis when you're at school. So I think that could be one of the ways, Chairperson, of the session that should be considered. I think it also ties in with what I've seen that maybe structurally EMPs are set up or commissioners are appointed over a short period of time. So by that, structurally, they can't think 25 years ahead, 30 years ahead. So something has to be done because it affects how you plan if you know I'm here only for a week, right? But if you know that, even if I'm here for a week, but where I am, this place is independent and certain. I've always wondered why are commissioners appointed not like judges, secured, so that after you leave your tenure, you are not waiting to be deployed by the very political parties or the state elsewhere, whether as an ambassador or anything else. That's your choice. So the actual independence, that needle has not been moved forward. I'm not talking about salaries and so on. I'm just talking about, that this position is quite a serious position, and that when you hold it, you know that you are making your mark, but long term. So I'm really postulating a situation saying there's a way of bailing the cat, but give yourself time, one facet after another, right? And that the long-term aspect of it would be, if in 1998 we had rolled out a vigorous democracy education program, there'll be different politicians in parliament, not the ones we have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. The last chair on my far right, please. Was it your hand? Are you sure it was you? Yes, my friend. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentations. My name is Sly. Professor Matlosa, in his presentation, punctuated it with indicators of poverty in the region, and Olufunto also referred to the liberation movements, especially in the region, whose basis for waging that liberation movement was political and economic deprivation. Now, my question to the panelists is like this. Is there a relationship between electoral democracy and economic resources? And if so, to what extent is there an interest in the outcome of the election process to powerful nations who control the means of production, that is economic resources, especially in the region and in Africa? And how can the region, using elections, immunize itself against the possible manipulation of elections, so that there is a defined link between elections, democracy, and economic resources to ensure that poverty is reduced in the region or in the continent? I am raising this question because there seems to be a lot of talk about democratic elections without linking to the economic emancipation, so that the poor can benefit through both the democratic elections and the economy or the means of production. Your comment, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to allow my panelists in the order they are seated to respond, and then I will lastly allow the chair to have the final word before we wrap up this session. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with the last question from Sly. I absolutely think that there is a relationship between democracy and economic resource. I mean, I think one of the things that is clear, and I think a number of the panelists, and I think even Professor Matlosa had mentioned, I mean, if we look at the most recent Afrobarometer survey, it was clear that across the continent, citizens believe democracy is the only form of governance. However, the dividends of democracy, the impact of democracy, the economic resources, the economic gains of a democracy is what they are not feeling, and this is why they're disenchanted increasingly. And then if we think about the young people, if we think about that burgeoning youth population, 70% of the African continent are people between the ages of 18 and 35, and the idea that they have not yet experienced dividends of their government, they have not, the infrastructure around schools, roads, access to education, hospitals, if they're not feeling that, there's absolutely a link between that. But is that necessarily elections? It is more governance, and I think this is the point that Professor Muchunu was also making in terms of the importance of having citizens. When you go to an elections, you experience, I mean, it is not the responsibility of an EMB to build roads, to build access and infrastructure. I mean, that is the responsibility of the government of the day. That is their job, to have that infrastructure in which EMBs can deliver an elections. And so, but however, you have election commissions being blamed, being castigated, being punished on this idea that, well, we don't have access to roads. Why didn't you build a road in between an elections? And at the end of the day, that's not in the purview of. So there is absolutely a link between democracy and economic resources, but is there a link between elections and economic resources? I think it's all interlinked, but I think it's how you define and how you disassemble the specific elements. For me, the dividends of democracy and ensuring that citizens are able to experience that so that they can continue to believe in elections and believe in democracy is incredibly important. I'll stop there and let my colleagues answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Maybe just one line to add on to the point. I also agree that there's certainly a relationship between democracy and economic resources, and what we saw during the COVID era is a pointer to that, where, you know, citizens, I think suddenly, let me not say suddenly, but they woke up and realized, yes, we are in democracies, but it's not, you know, delivering. So I think there is a clear link, and there was a reference to, you know, public education and probably also through the schools. And I think that has a place in educating the citizens. And it's not just on questions like civic education, but what's the curriculum for how we teach history in our schools? And I think that helps to define the mindset of a young average person. So I think we need to position it there so that citizens are more aware of their rights, and they also understand at what sport to engage, because sometimes as well the level of engagement is uninformed because people don't understand where should I be going for what. That's one. Then my response to Augustine on the question of observation, I fully agree, and I made a comment, you know, on that about the role of the ECF. Should we still be sticking with the question of observations, or should we be looking more around assessments and having a stronger focus on providing electoral support? The ECF Secretariat and IDEA have discussed developing a methodology, or do I say some sort of initiatives on how to assess status of reforms in the region on an ongoing basis, and probably be able to bring this back, you know, to EMBs to say, this was where we stopped the last time. And I would also encourage other groups that observe elections to, in some way, structure their reports in a way that you can identify what is a repeat recommendation and what is something you are picking up as a new recommendation in the process. Thank you.
Thanks. I think most of the points have been addressed, but maybe just to build on the issue of reform, I think it is quite important to decide on when reforms do take place. The timing of reform is quite important, and we've seen instances where changes have been introduced to electoral processes close to elections, and these have been, you know, very contentious in many contexts and could even lead to violence. So the issue of engaging in reforms post-election period is an opportune time, and engagement with various stakeholders when the stakes of elections are potentially lower is a really good period. And I think in addition to ECF-SADC, I know a lot of observer organizations are looking into this issue of how to engage in post-elections period, how they conduct follow-up missions, engaging with political leaders and other stakeholders in introducing reforms in electoral processes. So I think there is a lot to be done in that field. I think also the issue of engaging with political parties, I think we cannot say more on that. Political parties, but also other stakeholders in addressing issues, long-term issues, post-election period, I think is also vital. That goes to issues of economic resources and other aspects can be factored into a reform process in a post-election period. Thanks.
There's a question that has not been responded to, and that is in relation to the questioning of the capability of the elected to govern. If someone can, maybe the chair can cover that in his closing remarks.
I admire your confidence in me. I'm sure even the professor did not expect that we would have an answer to the question, but possibly spark debate. Yes, so I will not attempt to. Allow me, Chair, in rounding up, on the question of where to from here for the Electoral Commission's forum for the next 25 years. The question of the focus on election observation vis-a-vis the other things that you could focus on. We were in one country, and the Electoral Commission's forum was there, when one citizen, and we're doing post-election evaluation, they said, to me, election observation is like assessing the branch of a tree without worrying about the rest of the tree, or assessing one tree in a forest without having to worry about the rest of the forest. Maybe what they did not then say is that even where you are assessing the branch or the tree, that responsibility and mandate is not a self-given mandate. So the conversation of are we satisfied in assessing the branch when we have the entire tree, or a tree when we have the entire forest, is not a conversation that cannot be confined to the Electoral Commission. It's a broader conversation we need to have, which speaks in part to your question. When we want to go as far as an enlightened voter or an enlightened will, it's a conversation we can have, but are we all ready to have that conversation? Because the delivery of credible election is a collective responsibility. That's the truth of the matter. Professor Mahlosa talked about poverty. I would add the burden of inequality. Our region has some of the most unequal countries. Unemployment. In Malawi, there was one voter who asked our mission, how is it normal for you as a SADC observer that I must go to every polling station and there is indelible ink, and the following day I go to the hospital, I get a prescription which said the medicine is to be taken with food. First of all, I'm not given the medicine. Secondly, I'm not given the food. Legitimate question, profound. And these are the realities that we need to confront. For me, the conversations that bring in political parties and political leaders, the point that Sise raised, it's very important, because sometimes for the citizens, it looks like it's a game. We're going to be playing it in cycle next 5 years and we'll continue. I want to reconsider my earlier confession or disclaimer that I would not consider a job in the Electoral Commissions, provided your point is pursued. Where we also talk about the security of tenure of commissioners. in the context of this being a long-term project that we need to all participate in a collective way, the reality is that where we are, no one is happy. We just need to think of a trajectory where we're going to change a few things as we go into the next 25 years. I submit and thank you, Chair.
You've tried to redeem yourself, Mr. Chairperson. I want to thank our panel and just want to share some of the takeaways that I think will have come up of all the presentations. What I found interesting is that there was synergy between everything that was dealt with by the different panelists. One of the main ones that there is agreement on is the fact that elections are not themselves an end. They are a means to an end, but a very important one in that space, in that within the democracy ecosystem, we seem to be quite a critical player because the perceptions of the country's state of democracy is inextricably linked to how people perceive each and every player within that ecosystem. And one of the players become the EMB in the country. We're not the only ones, but we are a very important branch, chairperson, of that tree of the democracy ecosystem. People still have trust in the EMBs in terms of the protection of their political rights to elect people that they entrust with their votes, because we still sign that 5-year contract with everyone that we elect, and people still do have confidence in the EMBs, in the protection of their political rights of the voters in our different countries. There was an emphasis of the need for us to then ensure operational independence in the manner that we execute our functions as EMBs to protect that integrity on our institutions. And lastly, I think there was agreement in terms of the values that underpin the work that we do as the EMBs. Having listened to all the 4 panelists, the 3 panelists and the chair, there is an underpinning value system that should underpin the work that we do as EMBs. And the last issue around the resources, that's a critical one, but is a very dicey one to deal with, because you want to maintain your independence as an EMB, whilst admitting at the same time that we do not have the funds as EMBs to put out the infrastructure that we need to deliver elections. And we are dependent on the states, the various organs of the states, to make that possible for us. But I do agree that there is a need for us to highlight that when we engage with our governments, to make sure that people experience a decent election when they go to voting stations. There was a question that was raised around the participation and the continuous engagement with political parties before elections and after elections, and even in sessions like this one today. I think if I'm correct, I've seen representatives of political parties here today. I think they were invited. They may not have come in their numbers, but political parties that sit in our party liaison committee at the national level were invited to this session today. And as a parting shot, I like the point that was raised around the infusion of electoral democracy education into the formal school curriculum, wherever we come from. And I'm very proud that the South African Electoral Commission have done pretty well in that, and I'm sure that other EMPs within SADC have done the same. One of our biggest programs as the Electoral Commission in South Africa is working with the various phases within our formal education system, where we assist educators in infusing electoral democracy within the day-to-day work, not just in the history lesson, through all the streams within our formal schooling system. On that note, I would like to end it here and thank my panel and the chairperson for trying very hard to keep to the time. I know we were struggling with that, and thank you very much. I will now release the panel and invite the next panel to the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Just as the other panel makes it to the floor, you will realize that we didn't go into town with introducing our panelists. If you look at the program for today and go to the center page, and flip one page, you will find the profiles of the 3 panelists and the chairperson that we had today. I was just about to refer you to page numbers before I realized the pages were not numbered. So if you go to the center page and then flip a page, you will find brief profiles of our panelists and our chairperson. I see my sister Rendai making it to the floor. She's our next chairperson. And can I then invite our 3 panelists to join us? We're not doing very well on time, but I've already indicated that you are gonna eat late because you came back from tea late. So I will keep to that one. You extended your tea time, yeah, I will shorten your lunch time. That's how it works. I saw that on the program, we were supposed to have a group photo during tea break. It didn't happen. At some point, we're gonna have to find a way of building that one in as well. So I'm not sure whether we will also eat into your lunch to get, to get time for that group photo. Yeah, I think I will keep consulting with the organizers how they see that one working, whether we do it as the very last session before we break off today, or we can still do it at some point during our lunch break. We're supposed to have, is it not 3 panelists and the chair? I see 2 panelists and the chair. Okay, we are good. My task is going to be brief again. I will only introduce the chairperson, and the chairperson have got the responsibility of pronouncing the surnames of the panelists, and not me. I've got my sister here, Miss Rendai Chifunde Vava, who is the Executive Director of the Zimbabwe Election Support Network, who will be chairing this session. The focus on this one, I think it flows in quite nicely with the previous session, whilst there was a mention of the prioritization of young people in ensuring they participate in our electoral democracies, is not something that we zoomed in on the previous session. So the next one looks at the inclusive participation of youth, women, and persons with disabilities in electoral processes, emerging issues in electoral inclusion, and lessons learned and future considerations. On that note, I will then hand over to our next person, my sister, to then introduce the panel. And we have just about an hour for this session. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Futi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. And let me begin by congratulating the Electoral Commission's Forum for the 25th anniversary. If it was a human being at 25 years, you are an independent person expected to be doing mature, with your family, with children. So the expectations from all of us for the ECF are very high. Going forward, we hope that this particular symposium is going to give him lots of lessons learned for the ECF to reflect and also reposition themselves for the democratization of our region. I was introduced as the director of the Zimbabwe Election Support Network. I'm also the host director for the elections, for the ESN, which we call the Election Support Network of Southern Africa, which is a network of domestic observer groups. I'm honored to be chairing the session on inclusive participation of youth, women, and people with disabilities in the electoral processes, emerging issues around electoral inclusion, lessons learned so far, and the future considerations. I must admit that this dialogue is timely for, in the near future, South Africa, Mozambique, and Botswana, Namibia have upcoming elections in different portfolios in 2024. Interestingly, at least we are aware that in Namibia, SWAPO, there is a woman presidential candidate. As we all know, diversity and inclusion are essential for meaningful development and progress. And also it is the hallmark for free, fair, and democratic elections. And we are aware these marginalized groups, women in particular, women and the youth, they face social, economic, physical obstacles that affect the electoral processes and their participation. So this session is going to be an open and thoughtful discussion, and I would urge the presenters to focus on the following aspects. From the perspective of international institutions that do specific work on marginalized groups, what do you see as emerging issues in this area? And also, secondly, what do you see as the main issues in the participation of marginalized groups? Thirdly, you should also focus on what limitations or opportunities exist as a result of election, legal frameworks, and other EMB operations is the related participation of marginalized groups. And lastly, what can EMBs do within the confines of the law to promote participation of marginalized groups? And also, from experience, what can the ECF-SADC do to support EMBs? So I got expert presenters. I understand Nerima Wako Ojiwa, the Executive Director from Siasa, plus SP Kenya is supposed to be online, and I wonder if there are technical setups for that. While it is being facilitated, we can begin with Tadiwana Shemisho Gondo, the Regional Coordinator, Southern Africa Youth Forum, and followed by Claudaldo from FAMOD. We can have your presentations in that order. Gentlemen, you got the floor.
Thank you very much, Rindai, and allow me at this juncture to thank you, also the ESF for this opportunity to present. And indeed, as previous presenters have noted, they've done quite a good job in terms of highlighting some key issues, especially in terms of young people, also in terms of women, also in terms of people with disabilities. So what we are just going to do is to make sure that we put the flesh on the bones, not either it's important, because without the bones, the flesh cannot survive. So we are just going to integrate in the presentation if you have highlighted to. But as a point of entry, allow me to highlight these key pointers. The first one is youth participation in political and electoral process is a fundamental right to citizenship. And this has been alluded by a scholar called Hart. And that is very key, also even with regard to participation of women, the participation of people with disability. And another nugget that I want to highlight, which is also quite critical, is out of an estimated population of 1.3 billion, the youth demographic makes up to slightly more than half of Africa's population. This is quite important to notice as we are discussing this, Lindai, because it will inform some of the things that we are discussing. Also, according to Mo Ibrahim Foundation, that is in 2019, this was an assessment, almost 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25, making Africa the world's youngest continent. Also a critical nugget. Second from last, the sheer statistics on the total number of youth compared to adults on the continent benefits their political and electoral inclusion. Then last nugget is youth participation should not only taken as only voters, but also as contestants and electoral officials. Is a fulfillment of their civic role in governance processes. Then the Afrobarometer, that was in 2016 survey, across 36 African countries, noted that 78% of the youth believe in the civic responsibility of voting. Therefore, their participation should not be subject to debate, but certain and obvious reality. but that needs to be taken into account. So if we look at these nuggets that I've highlighted, and in context, Rindai, of the discussion that is before us, the aspect of some of the issues that have alluded to, the issue of emerging issues, the lessons learned, and the future considerations. There are critical things that we need to bring to the table. We should view election. Young people, is very important for them to view election as a cycle. There's a problem when young people, they just also only come to vote on the voting day without understanding the electoral cycle. Here I'm talking of pre-elections, the election itself, and the post-elections. And we will be able to establish how best can we respond to issues. And they will be also able to know at what point can we participate. Also quite critical is they have to identify themselves in that. To add value to the electoral process, the youth must understand and familiarize with election cycle, as I've alluded to. And to move on to answer to some of these critical realities, it is important also to note that Africa's greatest resource is its youthful population. And through their active and full participation, Africans can surmount the difficulties that are ahead of them. And as a way to answer to some of the questions, I'm going to use what is called the youth development model. And due to limited time that I have, I'm going to marathon some of the interventions, but also singling out what can be done, what lessons has been learned, and what recommendations do we give. So the youth development model can answer what we are discussing, ladies and gentlemen, here. So the model focuses on a response to the problems that youth are facing, and on the day basis, and makes definition of youth as in line with Africa Youth Charter, that is 15 to 35 years. And generally, youth constitute over 70%, has been said. Some argue 60%. But the argument is they constitute a larger population, which we need to take into account when we're discussing of elections. The youth development model is a broad approach that seeks to promote various and diverse strategies. And this it also helps in terms of this, how best can we respond to youth issues at national, regional, international level. And the model highlights various youth development strategies and the best approach and effective development. The model takes note of how youth have been manipulated in the political systems by various systems, functionaries, such as treated as mobilizers, during electoral times, to say they just need to mobilize, and also programs, not as leaders. The use of violent conflicts, agents of violence, among other issues, that manipulation. And of quite importance on the model is the four-lens approach. And if we are going to have approach to young people, we need to take note young people not only as beneficiaries of state resources, but we need to take young people as stakeholders, stockholders, leaders for transformation and change makers. At that time, they will be able to know that they are part of national discourse and their participation will be effective. And also the model emphasizes on the participatory approach, not that issues are just brought before them. What is also quite critical is the issue of the 10 Ps that I'm not going to talk about within the youth development model. Primacy, I'm not going to explain them because of time. Primacy, prioritization, participation, partnerships, policies. But what I can only explain is the issue of another P, which is called production, which is part of the youth development model. Why production? Here we are talking of factors of production. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't discuss, I think this discussion has been already titillated. We can't discuss of effective youth participation when the youth does not own factors of production. Basically, this is land, labor, and capital. And for you to be able to make decisions that are not influenced, young people must be empowered enough. We have seen in most SADC countries whereby maybe the aspect of poverty and unemployment is used as an aspect to influence the elections outcomes, because young people, they will be in need of that few resources for them to be able to vote for a candidate, but not choosing a candidate based on policies that one is presenting. So production is quite critical, owning of factors of production. Then other Ps are peace, power, then Pan-Africanism approach to development. I think Africa should stand on its toe to make sure that what do we call democracy? I've been listening when people have been talking about whether democracy is a means towards. I think we need to revise the question. We need to talk about African democracy. Because some of the things that we are being taught as democracy, it can be contextualized, it can be fit to be in the United States, not in our context. We've got on our traditional systems, we've got our own mechanisms that we participate, and we have got our own celebrated democracy. The reason why elections are becoming so difficult in Africa because you want to take the Western type of democracy, which might not be working when we are talking of the aspect of participation. So this is something that is being highlighted within the youth development model. Allow me to conclude the youth development model by highlighting that the youth development model outlines young people are not a homogeneous group. So if we are talking of elections, we should not treat young people as a homogeneous group. They are different. And by classifying them, the youth development model categorizes them as 17 categories. That is, they need to map their needs, aspirations, limitations, understanding. And we've got young people with disabilities, we've got young people, young women, youth in rural areas, young people in schools, youth in business, informal sectors, young people from minority communities, young artists, among others. And if we understand these different categories, we are able, even the election body, they can be able to target, to say how best can we make sure that young people with disability can participate. They are also able to target how best can we respond to the issues that are being faced by young women. So they are not a homogeneous group. Very few youth are able to access mainstream formal political and governance processes. Several others are forced to take informal, including through protests and disobedience. The reason why young people are now protesting because of lack of those spaces to participate and should be a debate. Africa, there is a youth category that choose to participate in political and electoral process and finds innovative ways to get involved and make a difference. Another category does not participate because they are either politically marginalized and frustrated, and their needs are not met. The last one, the third, another category, they are exposed to violent extremism due to economic factors, such as unemployment. And the end of participating in terrorism activities, I think we've got good examples in the region. Moderator, my last two slides, if you can allow me, is to focus on the emerging issues in electoral processes. And one of the emerging issues in electoral processes is we need to look at the demand use of technology, innovation in an electoral process, responsible use of technology and innovation, e.g., e-voting. Young people right now, they are very innovative and they must be able to participate. They can't queue for 10 hours waiting to vote while there can be an option that they can register through online. So we need to have a discussion around that. Registration, social media use. They are on social media, they are able to influence, but it has to be used responsibly. Someone talked about the issue of regulation, the issue of voter cards, among other things. So those is another emerging issue. Then youth as stakeholders, youth must be treated as voters, youth must be treated as candidates, youth must be treated as policy influencers in electoral process. Strengthening of capacities to youth structures, including youth CSOs, youth groups, youth organizations, youth traditional and religious groups, students, youth in communities. Promote youth-focused research-based interventions that respond to some of these issues that we are discussing. Policy frameworks that are youth-friendly. For example, electoral laws, quota systems can also help on the participation of young people as a vehicle. Yes, we provide spaces for youth to participate, but they can be an engine. Access to resources for youth. For example, mentorship. I'm very glad that on mentorship we've already started that as SIOF in partnership with SADC PF. We have what we call the SADC Youth Parliament with representatives from 2 countries from each country, 16 SADC countries. So we've got 38 young parliamentarians that are under that mentorship and 2 representatives of persons with disabilities. And the purpose is to make sure that they are capacitated and also be engines to capacitate others in the nations that they come from. Then intergenerational learning and dialogue. This aspect of coming to say young people should take power without also respecting the elderly. You know, we cannot go far without involving that. We can't say, you can't do it. Side-by-side concept will work. Because here, like in the youth development model, there's aspect of power that I've talked about. So power, if you have a threat to power, the elders will not allow you to lead. So young people also should not come as a threat, but as a complement to development. Since I'm given 2 minutes, exclusionary, on lessons learned, there's exclusionary provisions on access to public office, e.g. age caps. You find out in some countries, you find out someone is allowed to vote at 18, but is not allowed to be voted for at 18. So you're allowed to vote for someone, but you are not allowed to vote for. So we need to revise those age caps, even at presidency, maybe lowering them so that young people can participate. Then qualifications, years of experience, electoral and political motivation violence, the task, it takes a face of youth. As youth are largely manipulated, I talked about that. And future considerations, I'll read them as I conclude. Political financing, youth mentorship support, I talked about. We are also planning to launch a youth academy together with SADC PF, enhancing political will, adapting a technological revolution on electoral process, empowering youth voters, candidates, electoral education, behavioral change, access to information. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the informative presentation. For the sake of time, let's go to the next presenter, Claudello. Go the floor. 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Clodoaldo Castiano. I come from Mozambique. I work for the Forum of Mozambican Associations of Persons with Disabilities. It's an umbrella organization of organizations of persons with disabilities in Mozambique. So my presentation will cover the challenges that persons with disabilities face to participate in electoral processes. So it's interesting that the world has somehow embraced the Sustainable Development Goals principle, leave no one behind. We find it everywhere. But somehow it remains acceptable to leave no one behind, but leave persons with disabilities behind. So that's why I think that this is a very important discussion to start raising awareness about the steps we need to take to make sure that persons with disabilities have equal opportunities to take part in electoral processes. So I will basically have 4 topics, and it's really just an introduction. I cannot go that deep in 10 minutes, but I think the essential points will be covered. So first, we need to understand that according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, 15% of the world population has some type of disability. So usually it's acceptable to estimate that in a specific region, in a specific process, at least 10% of the population will be persons with disabilities. So why we should have these parameters? Because as you are all aware, data on persons with disabilities is very scarce. And when we have this data, it's in most cases inaccurate because the methodology to collect the data is not the most appropriate, because the resources that have been used, the technical resources that have been used are not appropriate. So, and that's a challenge in many of the SADC countries. So you will find countries such as Mozambique with 2.7% of disability prevalence, which is very, very low if compared, for instance, with the WHO estimation of 15%. So and in other countries in the SADC region, the same challenge remains. The data on persons with disabilities remain very low. And we don't have yet countries collecting data on voters with disabilities. So that's another challenge. We rarely know exactly how many persons with disabilities are registered, how many persons with disabilities voted. So that's why it's important to have these parameters of estimation when we talk about disability. So it's good to note that all the SADC countries have ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So this is a very important instrument because in the context of disability, the UNCRPD, this convention, it drives a shift in the approach to disability. So it brings countries to change or to move from a charitable and a medical approach to a human rights approach on disability. So in a charity or medical approach, we see disability as a problem of the person. So whenever the person has limitations to participate, we simply exclude this person. Whereas on a human rights approach, the state has the responsibility to provide all the support needed to make sure that this person can participate on an equal basis with others in all aspects of life, including electoral aspects. So this is a very important, the center of this convention is in that regard. So the convention doesn't bring new rights, it simply transforms all the rights that had already been given to this human rights approach for persons with disabilities. So, and that including on electoral participation. So I haven't found any specific instrument in the SADC region on disability. So there are some efforts at regional level to have a specific disability inclusion protocol. So I'm not sure if that's the way to go, but I know that there's some conversations going on around that. And we know also that the turnout of persons with disabilities in the electoral process is perceived as very low. In Mozambique, for instance, which is my country, we don't have specific data, but from the electoral observation we have conducted, we noticed that the proportion of persons with disabilities tending to polling stations is very low compared to persons without disabilities. And of course, it's linked with the different barriers that we will outline as we go. And of course, persons with disabilities are underrepresented in political decision-making spaces, like as MPs, as candidates. So we still have a very, very low representations of persons with disabilities. So getting into the barriers that are in general valid in different contexts, probably in some contexts, other barriers are more relevant than others, but in general, those are the main barriers that persons with disabilities report when it comes to electoral processes. So first, we have issues with the legal framework. Then we have accessibility problems. Then we have problems of awareness and motivation among persons with disabilities to participate in electoral processes. But we also have an issue with support services and then institutional capacity. Here we are referring to the institutional capacity of electoral management bodies. I will focus on that and I will not go to other institutions. Okay. How many times? Okay. So in terms of the legal framework, these are the main barriers that we find. First, the denial of legal capacity. So legal capacity is the right that one has to decide for themselves and to exercise their own rights. So what we found in different countries in SADC is that there is legislation that indicates that persons with certain types of disabilities are not entitled to the right to vote or to be elected. So especially persons with psychosocial disabilities, disabilities related to mental health. So according to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, this amounts to discrimination, and these barriers should be eliminated. So then we have a problem with the lack of accessibility legal standards. So in many countries, the provision of accessibility is not a must in the electoral legislation. So the electoral management bodies are actually not obliged to provide accessibility measures, and they are not held accountable when accessibility is not provided for persons with disabilities. Thirdly, we also have a poor definition of persons with disabilities entitled to support. So we have in some legislations that there is an indication that persons with disabilities are entitled to support, for instance, during the voting process, but then the definition of disability is very limited. Some groups, such as persons with albinism, which are very much represented in the Southern African region, are not considered as persons with disabilities in practice, and they're excluded from the supports that the management bodies, electoral management bodies can provide. So that's an issue. When it comes to accessibility, we have all noticed that in many polling stations do not comply with accessibility standards. We also have problems with information accessibility. When electoral management bodies provide electoral information, most times they do not provide in accessible models, communication models. So they do not include sign language interpretation, they do not include captions, so that's a barrier for the participation of persons with disabilities. I could come up with several examples that persons with disabilities report, but unfortunately, I do not have time. So lastly, we have problems with voting materials. So some countries, African countries, have piloted some initiatives on inclusive voting materials, but in most cases, we still don't have those. In terms of civic awareness, you all know that persons with disabilities are usually among the poorest people in their communities. And that's a big challenge when it comes with the motivation to vote or to participate in this process, because they understand that this will not change their social situation, especially because the parties do not bring messages that target this group. And the electoral management bodies themselves also do not bring civic education messages that target this group. So they don't feel represented in these processes. When it comes to support services, for persons with disabilities, support services are essential for their participation. One can be very much motivated to vote, to participate, but if they don't have support, for instance, and assistance to get to the voting station, they will not go. There are people who are actually full-time dependent of support. So if they don't have support, they will just not go, even if they're motivated to go. So for instance, in Mozambique, in a research we conducted, we had people blind people, who reported that their assistant person was not willing to go to the voting station on that day, so they couldn't go to vote because there's no option for them. And in many countries, in the SADC region, this type of arrangement is not provided. So we are, from the outset, excluding persons with disabilities. I won't mention sign language interpretation on the voting station. We rarely have those mechanisms of support too. In terms of institutional capacity, unfortunately, disability inclusion is still a new element for electoral management bodies, so their capacity to address this is still limited. There's this understanding that addressing disability needs is a costly process, and it's impossible for them to address this. Electoral plans, budgets rarely include disability. In most occasions, disability is an afterthought. So when we are in the process of, okay, yeah, there's this group, what can we do, okay? So I will share a good practice from Mozambique. As it has been shared previously here, we are already in an electoral cycle in Mozambique, and I think we have a very good practice from our recent elections of a collaboration with between the electoral management bodies and the organizations of persons with disabilities. Electoral management bodies have had training from the OPDs. They have conducted accessibility monitoring of polling stations prior to elections, which proved to be a very effective means to reduce barriers, not eliminate, but at least to reduce barriers on the voting day. The electoral management bodies actually approved a specific instruction to all the provincial electoral management bodies in relation to how the voting stations should be set up, what support should be provided for persons with disabilities, and how this support should be provided. This proved also to be a good practice to reduce barriers for persons with disabilities. So as a way forward, this is my very last slide. As a way forward, these are just some of the thoughts I can share. We think that the region should consider to adopt a specific guideline on inclusion of persons with disabilities, especially in electoral processes. So I think this forum could also support that. I think supporting OPDs, organizations of persons with disabilities, to have an active role in electoral processes is also a good step. And I think there are different bodies here that support civil society in different countries. I think you should make sure that within these organizations, persons with disabilities or OPDs are represented. So I think I will stop here and thank the facilitator for allowing me to go a little bit beyond my time. I'm not a native English speaker, so I take my time. Thank you.
Thank you. But you were so eloquent, and it was very difficult to stop you for such an insightful presentation, where you offered some of the strategies which I think if put to use, like putting a policy guideline in the SADC region for people with disabilities. It might actually assist the region in terms of inclusion of people with disabilities. You didn't actually exceed much time. I'm told it's just by 30 seconds. And it was very interesting and insightful. Thank you very much for the presentation. Without taking much of the time, there is Nerima Wakojiwa, the Executive Director for Siasa Place SP from Kenya. She is waiting online, and as youth, they embrace technology, so she's going to present here virtually. She has got the floor to take us through the inclusive participation, I think focusing on women.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Glad to be here for the presentation. Sadly that I wasn't able to travel, but with you in spirit and been following the conversations. So I'm just going to share one slide because I recognize the time that I have. And I will share that Siasa means politics. We're based in Kenya, and we are a civic tech youth organization. And what that means is that we're very passionate about the relationship between people, government, software communications, and this can mean decision-making and political processes. So just to highlight what my colleagues have already shared, I will go over to the slide here and talk about some of the things that have stood out to me and also its support in terms of what the panel has already shared. In regards to zoning, we already had how Council of Elders make a huge impact in our elections and even in voting. And this we call initiated democracy, where we have a council basically decide in terms of who should be elected and how. And this has a major impact when it comes to women and young people. But when I talk about political parties, the issue is young people's engagement, and I'm going to focus on young women's engagement. When we look at political party preference, for instance, young women are normally the first who are asked to step forward.
Thank you, Nerima, for being on time and on point. From the three presentations from the youth, people with disabilities, and also young women, there are three common issues in terms of that both all these sectors are underrepresented. There are funding challenges, there are issues of accessibility. However, all three of them proffered strategies in terms of what can be done, the use and embracing of ICTs, to put in place the legal framework and also a SADC treaty in the case of people with disabilities. And also genuine engagement is key for this sector, that we should involve them, not tokenism, but genuine, meaningful engagement and also involvement in all stages of the electoral cycle. So at this juncture, let me hand over to the facilitator to lead us to the next session of question and answer. Thank you very much to the three presenters.
Thanks to our presenters. I am not going to try and summarize what was dealt with. I think our honorable chairperson have done a good job of that. I'm going to open up so that we have a bit of time to engage our speakers on all the three areas that I spoke about. I've got two hands in the far right, a third one in the middle, a fourth one here. Nothing on this side. Hello, side. Thank you. So we'll stick to these four. You'll be the first. The lady and the gentleman sitting to each other, you start and pass on to her.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Monami Tisokwe. I'm the Executive Director for Southern African Council of Non-Governmental Organizations, formerly known as CTICC. I've been listening to the discussion, and one of the discussions that we have had was the decline of democracy and the linkages between the elections also and democracy. But the biggest issue that we have had in terms of, and even in the previous moderation, when he said elections don't deliver roads or the EMBs, but the issue we've had with the EMBs in terms of elections has been around the trust and the integrity of the EMBs within the SADC region. Having said that, I want to congratulate SADC as an institution for developing the guidelines on elections within the region. However, what we are seeing and what the population is seeing is, we are having challenges with voters' rolls and the transparency around elections from the EMBs in terms of both from registration and its availability in a timely manner. That is where the trust starts to go down. And the next level, it goes to the ballot papers or the ballot documents themselves. We are having a challenge in terms of transparency around the ballot process. And in most cases, civil society and in some instances, the political parties themselves, both opposition, more especially the oppositions, feel that they don't have enough information on the ballot processes. That is where we start having challenges with the EMPs, because if it were to go off with the SADC guidelines, then everything should be transparently done, and it will be clear on who registered, why did they register, and how did they participate in the election process. The biggest challenge with the EMBs is exactly at those 2 points. And even the results themselves. I've been an observer in a country where once the elections have been counted, we don't know how the verification process now changes the results. And it all happened within the EMB. So the decline in democracy that we are seeing also is the loss of confidence in the process itself. But then, in conclusion, Madam Chair, also as you respond, is this democracy, why are we celebrating coups? It is because democracy now has not been qualified, both on the part of our African countries for themselves or our Western partners. while the issue of governance was raised, it is because Western and Eastern companies are the biggest source of corruption in Africa, in terms of resource, in terms of means of productions and all that. And while they celebrate, if we hear even in the recent coups, the issue is you have removed a democratically elected government, not a democratically inclusive government, which means it is always about the elections, whether they deliver on anything else. Our democracy does not define those parameters. So this decline of democracy, it shouldn't be surprising that we are celebrating it as a people, because it is not delivering us to us. But in the academic and maybe in the Western
I'm going to have
spheres,
to chip in. I'm worried about time. And I can see you also taking us to the previous session.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that.
Can I allow the lady to come through?
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Edith Paswana, and I'm from the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at the University of South Africa. I think this presentation on inclusion were very, very informative, and I want to thank all the presenters. I have a simple question to Mr. Gondo, the second speaker who was on youth. I think he raised a very important aspect there around the problems of Western democracies that we tend to adopt. And I think for me, it gave me a sense that he has perhaps maybe a model for a SADC democracy with African characteristics that he can propose, and what would it look like if you were to propose one, Mr. Gondo? Because I think I agree with you on there, and perhaps maybe we don't just have the guts to actually even think about that route. And I think the previous speakers has already raised the pitfalls of both democracy in both the East, the West, and even here on the continent. Thank you.
You're next. Thanks.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for very lucid presentations. I just want to establish an understanding. You will debunk that if it's not true, that we have adopted a system. Democracy is a system. And if you want a system different from democracy, you must make democracy redundant first by creating a new one. Now, you have said something, and I can't remember the name, about an African democracy. Maybe you can elaborate on that. But the issue of inclusiveness, which I think speakers have spoken about it, with regard to youth, with regard to persons with disabilities, and so forth and so forth. Is this an understanding that the inception of democracy itself was not inclusive? In Athens, women, artisans, were not allowed to vote. So we're struggling with inclusion because we've adopted an alien democratic system, which was itself not inclusive. Is that the case or not? Thank you.
Interesting. There was a fourth hand. Yes, please go ahead.
We can't hear, moderator.
Can you change the mics if necessary?
Parece que já está a funcionar este. Oh.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Queria, em primeiro lugar, felicitar aos apresentadores deste painel e também dizer que o Clodoaldo sempre surpreende-me. Não sabia que ele falava melhor inglês que português. Se calhar mais uns 2 ou 3 pontos de reflexão, o que vai nos ajudar efetivamente a lidar com a questão da deficiência. O primeiro ponto é pensarmos que em nossas casas um dia pode entrar uma pessoa com deficiência. E essa pessoa talvez podemos ser nós. Pensarmos também que no nosso escritório onde trabalhamos, no nosso local de trabalho, um dia talvez possa receber uma pessoa com deficiência. E mais uma vez essa pessoa podemos ser nós. Pensarmos também que um dia podemos ser pessoas com deficiência e, quando chegarmos no local da votação, recordarmos de que já tivemos uma oportunidade para colocar lá condições para alguém que esteja com deficiência. Porque nesse dia nós já, eventualmente, pela velhice, pela idade avançada, já não podemos transpor alguns obstáculos para podermos, portanto, exercer o nosso direito de voto. Portanto, isto é para dizer que, enquanto nós ocupamos as posições que ocupamos nos órgãos eleitorais, temos que trabalhar para a inclusividade da pessoa com deficiência, adaptando, portanto, os locais de votação, os materiais, isto tudo trabalhando com as pessoas que têm problemas de deficiência e não pensarmos que nós podemos, sozinhos, resolver os problemas daqueles que têm a deficiência. Portanto, são estas reflexões que eu queria deixar para que, enquanto estivermos a ocupar as posições que temos hoje, irmos pensando que um dia podemos ser também pessoas com deficiência e precisarmos de utilizar algumas facilidades que, afinal de contas, hoje, enquanto estamos nas posições em que nos encontramos, não estamos a criar porque olhamos para a pessoa com deficiência como alguém que está à parte, alguém que não precisa, para quem não precisamos de criar condições para que possa exercer o seu direito de voto. Portanto, era isto que eu queria deixar como reflexões. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I missed the first part of the last question, but I got the tail end of it. I'm hoping that my chairperson would have picked up what I missed. I'm going to allow our panelists to respond, and then, as we did before, the chairperson will be the last one to round it all off. Thank you very much. Maybe we can start with Mr. Kondo.
Thank you very much. And some of the contributions that have been made, there were direct recommendations to the election management bodies and how they can make elections as transparent. Thank you, Mr. Sokwe, in terms of the contribution on how best this can be done in terms of on the election and the dates, how best people can participate, how best can we also raise the interest, also trust, because elections, they're about power. Then I come to the second question in terms of the African type of democracy. First, let me start by going to the practical side of it. Also to mention that the word democracy does not have an owner. So if we can agree on that one, it's a matter of terminology. It's more like the word human being does not have an owner. It can be named whether in French, in English, in Shona, in Ndebele, does not have a term. But what we have is now democracy aligned probably to a continent. Because maybe what we need to first demystify to think that when we mention democracy, we are talking of West. When we are talking of sovereignty, we are talking of Africa. No, those two words does not belong to any. It can be in either of the two. But what we need is to bring pride. The eastern side of the world, they've managed to agree. We have got the Africa Union here. They have to agree on the principles on how they define. This is based on their cultural values. That's where I can start to answer. Taking the history, the cultural values, and also taking note that we are also moving globally, things are changing. And secondly, taking also on what is called comparative learning. Comparative learning is, there is what we call universal values. Then what can we learn from the East? What can we learn from the West? What can we learn from Africa? Is it in line with our aspirations? Because democracy on itself, we are talking of the rule, the leading of the people, the participation of the people, and the people belongs to both continents, whether Africa or what. That's why I first maybe demystify to people that may think that democracy is a word that lies somewhere. Then we also come down to aspect to say, yes, on these aspects, there are other aspects that we can calculate. The aspect of Ubuntu, for example. The concept of Ubuntu does not allow you to commit violence against another person. So if you've seen an African leader perpetuating violence, is going against the same values that you want to build. So it's actually, so the aspect of Ubuntu does not allow violation of women. The aspect of Ubuntu allow people to live, to select their leaders, and to have a safe society and a developmental society. That's what we are talking. And these are concepts that come from the African perspective. Then I talked of the aspect of cultural diversity. In the African context, if you study about it, does not allow exclusion in terms of that. But there are other bad norms that we thought they were practices. They were not. They were not championed. And there were people who pushed for those values of exclusion. But if you research, you find that the aspect of those that want to suppress women, they were doing it like the current leaders want to suppress people by making sure there is poverty and the people will continue to look to them. So we need to remove those things. Then, second from last, the aspect of respect of human dignity is not a concept that is not aligned to any continent. It's a general, it's a universal value that we can sit as African countries learning from other continents to say, this is where we are going, right? This is what we are going. Then in a broader sense, that's where we can define the aspect of the Pan-Africanism approach. Look at the even content generation, creation as I conclude. Go to internet right now and search what is Pan-Africanism. There's someone seated somewhere who pushed for wrong content online for a good reason. It's because they know that Africa will not rise and to say, we need to start to define, put more content in writing. And when you read about that, you heard that it was founded by someone seated in another country, not an African or something. It's also about issue of content when you're talking of elections. Are we putting the right information in terms of also embracing technology, correcting the wrongs that have been done? And with regard to that, if we define ourselves, we set parameters amongst ourselves, we have strong institutions whereby if those values are violated, the countries can be able to take note if it is a country in SADC which did not follow procedures. They stood firm to make sure that, no, you are compromising our own values. You are holding yourself accountable. So when you are engaging with other partners like Eastern or Western, you have respect. You have a basis to engagement. So these are some of these things. We can go to town about discussing some of those things, but those are other aspects that we can start to discuss with regard to how best we can also enhance. Also, let me conclude by saying, transparent and accountability is not owned by any continent. It's just a word that may be defined in others. So let's also embrace those. It depends also in terminology. How do you want to term them? You can even change a term, accountability to your own term, but meaning the same things as well. So those are some of the aspects. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the comments and the, I think I couldn't agree more that it's not only the democratic system that we agreed upon is not inclusive, but also I would say most of the social norms that we have agreed upon are not inclusive, and that's why addressing inclusion of persons with disabilities is a matter of challenging established structures. I mean, an example of that is, if you look, for instance, for a very much celebrated international treaty, the Treaty on Civic and Political Rights, the UN Treaty. If you look at that treaty, that's a human rights treaty, but it allows for the exclusion of persons with psychosocial disabilities, with people with mental disabilities. It indicates that this type of exclusion is acceptable, okay? Which nowadays is unacceptable. Like the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has stated clearly that that's a form of discrimination. So it shows that we, I mean, the previous concepts that we have accepted, they need to be challenged. That's, I mean, I cannot agree more. In my experience working with Dr. Paulo Kunika, who was one of the people who raised questions here, in Mozambique, I mean, our experience working with electoral management bodies, a key aspect in terms of this exercise of challenging this structure has to do with leadership. Because we are working in countries where the laws are still behind. We still have laws. I mean, I would dare say that in most of the SADC countries, these legal problems that we were raised here in terms of inclusion of persons with abilities are present. I am sure of that. So, but the electoral management bodies have to find ways to go around it. Because if we wait until Parliament changes the law, inclusion of persons with disabilities will be, I mean, postponed until I don't know when. Because in most times, at least in my experience in my country, the members of Parliament are concerned with a change in the law that are not related to persons with disabilities. They are more related to how their interests are accommodated and not how the interests of those who are marginalized are reflected. So that's my experience. So electoral management bodies have to find practical ways to go around this. And I think in our recent experience have shown that there's no place in the law where it states that the electoral management body must verify the accessibility of the voting stations. That's not in the law. But we agreed with the EMBs that that should be done, because in that way we would reduce the barriers. Although that's not a command in the law, the general principle from the Constitution of non-discrimination demands us to do that. So this is a practice that is not in the law, but we agree that for us to allow the participation of persons with disabilities, to motivate them to go to the voting stations, we need to address these barriers. So I think that's an example of practical steps that can be taken and not wait until the systems are adjusted, because that will take time. And empowering persons with disabilities who are the right holders are a very important step. I want to emphasize in my last intervention, the need to have these organizations of persons with disabilities included in the civil society platforms that are funded to observe and to work on electoral programs. That has been a gap in many countries, including Mozambique. We as OPDs are rarely included in these programs. So check your programs in the countries you are funding, and please demand that OPDs are also included and are empowered to work with the civil society in general, but also with electoral management bodies. So thank you for this time.
Okay, allow me to thank the esteemed panelists for unpacking this topic, and that together we can constructively realize the vision of truly participatory electoral processes. From the presentations and engagements, as well as proffered recommendations, it is apparent that inclusion is not only a moral issue, but also a practical one. So by embracing diversity in all its forms in the electoral processes, we gain a vibrant future as a region. And in closing, I would like to say credible, inclusive, and transparent elections in the SADC region are a cornerstone of democracy. By true democracy, it means participation by all. And by operationalizing the solutions discussed today, I'm confident that as a SADC region, we can make some great steps forward in terms of inclusion and representation of youth, women, and persons with disabilities in the years to come. Allow me to, and join me to appreciate the session by following this appreciation which I've learned, which is done by people with disabilities when we appreciate a session. So please join me in appreciating this session before I hand over to the overall facilitator to do the concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether our third panelist would like to say a final word as well online. Just indicate to me if she's still connected and would like to say something before we finish off. Whilst we're waiting for that indicator, she's gone. Thank you. We have come to the end of our session, and let me appreciate the input by our three panelists and our chairperson. I think what they've done, they have conscientized all of us, and they have brought to the fore some of the issues that we need to make sure to build into our processes to ensure inclusivity, particularly of the groups that were singled out today, that's women, youth, and people with disabilities. One of the most important things that was raised is that when we engage young people, we need to not only engage them as voters, and we need to appreciate the fact that they need to also be involved in policy decision discussions, and we also need to see youth as people who can contend for position within the political space. And the fact that they can not only be involved in elections, we will have to see their voice entrenched in all the processes throughout the election cycle, not just the election period. What have been seen happening in other countries as well, the manipulation of young people by politicians for political gain. Those are some of the things that we need to be cautious of as we deliver our mandates as the EMBs. They need to also not treat young people as a homogeneous group. Young people are different and they've got different needs, and our engagement strategies with young people need to take into account all those different sectors within the young people themselves. Mr. Castellanos talked about the issue of disability and brought to our attention that as the SADC Forum, we also need to think about whether we need to have a policy statement around the involvement of people living with disabilities in our own programs. He brought into our attention some of the gaps that currently exist in terms of legislation. And the other issue that we've picked up in the country as well, every time we get asked what is the statistics of young people on our voters' roll and young people on other aspects of the operation, that's something that we do not have. And those are the statistics that we do not collect, which makes it very difficult for us to say with confidence that we are servicing the sector adequately as an institution. And it also does not, the absence of those stats make it difficult for us to plan appropriately for how best can we include this sector in our operations. And thanks for bringing to the fore some of the barriers that we need to be aware of when we deal with the sector as well. And lastly, I think all our speakers agree on the need for us to be inclusive. There may not be that version of democracy we should be having in Africa, but what is clear is that we all agree on the basic tenets of that democracy. At the end of the day, what our democracy needs to be saying to us is it working or not? If it works, it needs to be able to serve the interest of every single voter in that country, and every voter should be able to feel that they are able to exercise their choice in a free and fair manner without any intimidation and without any prejudice. I think whilst we can talk about a version of democracy that will work for us in Africa, if it doesn't miss those two, I don't think we should at any time start to think about a watered-down version of democracy that serves us as Africa, but let's look at whether it is serving the people that it's supposed to serve, and those are the voters. On that note, I think we've come to the end of our session. We will be breaking for lunch, and lunch, as I indicated earlier, is going to be 30 minutes, and at 2:30, we need to reconvene. I was hoping that before I finish, someone would have given me a pointer on what is going to happen with that group photo, and now no one has said anything. It was supposed to happen after tea break. It looks like it's not going to happen during lunchtime because no one has said anything. Hopefully it will happen by the end of the day today. This brings to the end my few moments of fame. After lunch, we will then have a new facilitator, Mr. Thabo Masemula, who will facilitate the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
I work for the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa. I'm the provincial head of the IEC in the province of Gauteng, the economic hub of South Africa. Welcome to this session. I hope that you'll find it edifying. Let me extend a warm welcome to the chairperson of this session, Ms. Karin Siabe. Welcome, Chair. And also let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the panelists seated in front of us. I must also indicate that one panelist will join us virtual. Unlike my co-facilitator, I accept that I work for a democratic institution. Its purpose is to strengthen the democracy in South Africa. But allow me this afternoon to be undemocratic in terms of time. It is going to be a very difficult session to facilitate, especially after lunch. However, I will not be generous in terms of time. I've already briefed the chairperson of the session and the panelists that we request them, when it's their turn, to simply give high-level inputs and submissions. Similarly, once the facilitator opens the floor for questions, kindly work with the facilitator by keeping your questions short and sweet. Having said that, the first session, as we all know, will deal with the elections in digital and social media environment. And I think it's one of the most interesting topic that most of the election management bodies are grappling with. We look forward to a robust engagement as far as this topic is concerned. And let me now take this opportunity to introduce formally the chairperson of the session. I did indicate her name is Karin Siabe. She is from the African Union Commission. She has a very broad title. She is the acting coordinator responsible for democracy and elections, political affairs, peace and security. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, my brother. Let me first apologize on behalf of, as it's my first time to take the floor during this forum, to first apologize on behalf of Madam Patience Chiraza, Director of Governance and Conflict Prevention, who couldn't be present here with us due to some engagement scheduled earlier. And so then you can understand that we are honored to represent her this afternoon in chairing this session. As said, my name is Karin Kakasisiaba. I'm the acting coordinator of Democracy and Election Unit within the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union. And you can see that I'm not alone. We are blessed for this session to be with 4 our panelists, and one of them will appear virtually. I don't know if she's already connected. Actually, I'm not sure that we can introduce enough our panelists. Briefly, I think it has been shared in the program that has been circulated. So allow me to just also mention it very briefly. We are blessed to be with Mr. Sai Mamabolo, who is the Chief Electoral Officer of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. Then we will have online our sister, Madam Abongile Machele, who will be representing the Google platform. We have also Madam Duchwe Tsang Makuse
I hope I'm not misspelling the name, sorry for that, who is here as a public policy manager of the tech sector, and with also a very broad experience. And lastly, we have also Madame Adwa Ankoma, again, the lead of Public Policy and Government Relations Department within the TikTok platform. So we are going to start with our brother, Mr. Sai Mamabolo, who will basically share with us some insight that can allow us or motivate to contribute in this session. Thank you. As you wish, please.
Oh, okay. Now, I was asking her whether we have to use the lectern. She says it's not necessary, but the lectern is important because when you shiver, they can't see the legs shivering. I've been given the task to present the South African case study. That's the primary objective of the presentation I'm going to make. But I think, given how late we worked last night, there's a subsidiary objective that arises. And that subsidiary objective is that we must finish on time. So I'm not going to be long in the interest of attaining that subsidiary objective. As of January 2023, oh, Chair, how many minutes? 10. 10, okay. The digital population of South Africa is 43.8 million. These are people who use the internet on a daily basis. And of this, 25.8 million are active social media users. There is, therefore, a 59% active social media usage within the digital population. Furthermore, the majority of South African population, specifically 78.7%, utilized mobile devices to access the internet. So people are, a high percentage of people who access the internet, they don't do it on desktops. They access the internet via mobile devices. And it is expected that this proportion will increase to over 90% by 2027. So those of us who sell personal computers, it does seem like that business is going to thin up in the next 30 years. The country's most popular social media platforms during the third quarter of last year was Meta's instant messaging application, which is WhatsApp. And then Facebook and Instagram ranked second and third. When one have a closer look into the demographic of social media users in the country, it reveals that people between 25 and 34 made up the highest share of users in the country. So it is without doubt that social media is going to be a big battleground for the electoral campaign in 2024. But with this increased contestation, there'll be the spectra of disinformation which will be on the rise. Digital disinformation threatens the exercise of various rights, including freedom of expression, access to credible information, and freedom to make informed political choices. Ultimately, the dissemination of disinformation has the potential to undermine the fairness and the credibility of the electoral process. Now, alive to this risk, the Electoral Commission formed a working group comprising social media platforms. Some of them are here on the table, including Google, TikTok, Twitter, X. Let's say X for now, but they've not been very cooperative. And a civil society organization called Media Monitoring Africa. The central object of the working group is to provide voluntary support to the Electoral Commission regarding democratic processes for the forthcoming elections. In that vein, on the 3rd of July 2023, participants in the working group adopted a voluntary framework of cooperation to address disinformation during the 2024 elections. The framework does not create legally enforceable obligations on the participating parties. There is, however, an intention to work together in good faith to protect the credibility of the electoral process. The purpose of this framework agreement is to identify the measures that participants may put in place to address challenges related to disinformation in the lead up to, during, and after the elections. In particular, to promote conducive conditions for free, fair, and credible elections. Pertinently, the framework supports the legal mandate of the Electoral Commission to address intentional false statements as set out in Section 89(2) of the Electoral Act. And intentional false statements constitute part of the suite of provisions in the prohibited conduct section of the Electoral Act. And violations to prohibited conduct engages the jurisdiction of the Electoral Court. Importantly, the framework envisages that the actions taken by online platforms are in accordance with the terms of their policies. In other words, the actions that, the remedial actions that the platforms themselves would take would have to be in accordance with their own internal policies, which will include the removal of content if that content is found to be offensive or it is a digital harm, disinformation, misinformation, etc. Or it could include the publication of an advisory warning and the delisting of the content. So those are some of the remedial actions that are available to digital platforms in terms of managing disinformation on social media. The areas of cooperation provided for in this framework agreement include the following. How are we doing on time? Or 5? Okay. Now I'm going to save you a time in the interest of the subsidiary objective. The areas of cooperation which are provided for in the framework agreement include the following: to advise and support the work of the Commission on media and literacy, on information literacy. Because one of the issues is that disinformation thrives in an environment where people's level of digital literacy is low. So there is a commitment in terms of this framework agreement to increase levels of media and digital literacy, to deploy appropriate policies, processes, and safeguards to facilitate access to transparent and accurate information regarding electoral matters. And each participant will independently implement and promote appropriate policies, processes, and safeguards to address disinformation. To voluntarily undertake information, education, and communication campaigns to build awareness around the 2024 elections. And also to undertake information and education to build our awareness around digital harms, the risks and the consequences of disinformation in the context of elections. And then I won't deal with the rest. Now, to give practical effect to the framework agreement, a real 411 website was developed by our civil society partner, which is Media Monitoring Africa. And this real 411 website was created with a singular purpose, which is to empower every citizen with the means to combat digital disinformation. And how it works is that any member of the public is able to go onto the website to register a complaint about disinformation online. And once so reported, there is a digital complaints committee that is comprised of experts who will evaluate the complaint, and if the complaint is found to be meritorious, then for a recommendation on one of the 3 remedial actions that I spoke about. That could be a content takedown, a warning, and a content delisting. So, in a sense, reporting an instance of digital disinformation to Real 411 in itself raises awareness. Even if the Digital Complaints Committee finds the complaint not to be warranting any of the remedial actions, at least it's an opportunity to raise awareness about the dangers inherent in the use of social media platforms. So Real 411 is therefore an official platform for reporting mis- and disinformation in the lead up to the 2024 elections. And it works in conjunction with our internal Directorate for Electoral Officers. And this is important because, as I indicated earlier, some of the disinformation, in fact, implicate prohibited conduct. And to the extent that it implicates prohibited conduct, those engages the jurisdiction of the electoral court. In other words, a referral can be made to the electoral court through an application. And if there is sufficient evidence, a person can be fined by the Electoral Court for the perpetration of prohibited conduct. Okay. Now, the last issue that the chairperson is harassing me, despite my professed intention to save him time. The last issue is that to give practical effect to the framework agreement, there's also a Padre website, which is really a repository of all political advertisements online. So political parties through the National Party Liaison Committee are encouraged to submit all their authentic online political adverts so that in fact somebody bastardizes, as it were, any of those things, we can have a base against which to check. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to limit a bit the time. It's just because we are a bit behind the allocated time in the program. So now we will give the floor to our social media representatives after this experience share from the Electoral Commission of South Africa. And then regarding social media, we will start with Google to also elaborate a little bit on recent development in the digital media space and artificial intelligence and their impact on inclusive and transparent elections, please. Google. Yeah, Google is the virtual participant. She's online? She's connected. Yes. So please, you can go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all the esteemed guests that are in the room. Sincerest apologies for not being in attendance in person. Hopefully next time I'll be able to join. My name is Abonilo Ashele. I head up government affairs and public policy for Google in South Africa. Chair, I'm receiving some feedback on my side. I'm not sure if the sound is clear on your side. Please indicate.
Maybe some echo, we just switch off one micro. So now it's okay, we can hear you. Thank you. So now we'll give the floor to the representative of Meta, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dudu Etsang Makuse. So yeah, I think I'll try and minimize just on the approach to elections because our peer companies have pretty much set out the outline, but the framework is the same in trying to protect elections integrity. For us, it is across multiple surfaces. So this would be across Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Some of our other lesser known products would be Workplace, it would be Reality Labs, and it would also be Oculus. So we are predominantly focused on elections integrity on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, as well as Messenger, which is the chat messaging app for Facebook. So what that looks like is also very similar to what was mentioned, which is we have a four-pronged approach that starts with policy engagements and outreach. Those would be to government, civil society organizations, EMBs, as well as industry. So we work with our peer companies as well, where required to find strategies to prevent harms, because that's really the bottom line of that work. And internally, what that also looks like is that we would be setting up what we call an elections operations center. So an elections operations center is basically a team of Meta staff working alongside external folks, so experts, academics, civil society, political actors, to really get a sense of the local context within which an election will happen, because not all elections are the same. And so in as much as we can have a framework that is globally the same, the ways in which we will apply, for example, misinformation policies in a particular country is most likely going to be influenced by what is determined to be misinformation in that country. So that's the reason why we would have an elections operations center. We usually set these up about 12 months in advance. So we'd have teams beginning to look at Freedom House rankings for said countries. What's the state of human rights in that country? What's the state of the independence of the EMB? Some countries we can't approach an EMB because at the end of the day, we might find ourselves sitting in a situation where we've pronounced results or information that maybe the population thinks is a bit sketchy. So the trust relationship that EMBs have in their country with voters is also very important, and one of the things that we look at when we try to figure out who to work with. In also looking at civil society movements as well as different governments, we try to shy away from having too much government involvement, although governments and political actors definitely always reach out to us, whether to request us to deal with particular pieces of content or to notify us of developments. So we have a working relationship, let me put it that way, with different entities. Now, when it comes to, one of the questions was around developments and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence for us is not new. It's technology that we've been using since 2006. So what do I mean by that? I mean your experience of the Facebook app, of recommendations on Instagram, has been informed by a type of artificial intelligence for many, many years now. The only difference is that there's now mass access to a lot of what used to be artificial intelligence tools that were the domain of either small companies or developers in research and think tanks, right? I think that's part of why we've seen so many conversations booming into, whoa, what's this AI thing and what are we gonna do about it? And the skepticism is warranted and it's healthy, as it should be, right? We shouldn't be shying away from thinking about what the guardrails are gonna be and what the guidelines are gonna be, because these are very powerful technologies. So from a meta perspective, these are technologies that basically pick up different signals from a user, from the infrastructure that we have, to recommend different types of content. And these are also the same systems that guide the feed, the ranking, and so that's usually where the criticism comes for us is, oh, your algorithm is polarizing people and is sending out information that is driving a particular opinion, right? We've seen that. The jury's still out on whether or not that is conclusive, but we've also seen that when we tweak those algorithms, people still go and look for that content. So for us, that tells us that there's a broader societal issue, and I'm glad that a lot of the speakers mentioned it before. The despondency around democracy and the political attitudes that people have, the lack of distrust in traditional institutions that used to uphold or be seen as bastions of democracy, is part of the erosion that we are experiencing online. I often say to people that once it's online, it's too late. It means that the thing has happened before. It has happened offline. The event has happened offline, the image has been created there, the political attitude has been formulated offline. What's happening online is distribution. That distribution will then either be widely engaged with or not. But that's really the critical piece there. The second piece is around, I'm hoping I'm not too long, it's a generative AI. So this is really the deepfake part, right? The technology that is being used to manipulate images, whether it's videos. We're even moving into audio types of outputs coming out of AI. These are major concerns for us as well. This is not something that we are taking down lightly as well. A few years ago, had you asked us how we're gonna deal with this, we wouldn't have any answers. But luckily, because we try to iterate as much as possible, we're now sitting at a point where we can see that researchers are finding ways to watermark Gen AI products. So this means an image that looks realistic, a highly synthesized media image. We're gonna get to a place where hopefully across peer companies, so Meta and everybody else, we should get to a point where we should have an ability to detect a watermark from that image or that video, because it's getting harder to tell by the naked eye. The other thing that we're noticing is because of the information literacy gaps, basic digital literacy prevention mechanisms are not working. So with folks that can see a website should have HTTPS, semicolon, / and then whatever else follows, that level of digital literacy does not exist in our context. It exists with the educated classes. And this is part of the problems that cause the virality of misinformation and disinformation. So these are some of the things that are gonna be made harder to detect once AI comes in, because if somebody's creating disinformation using AI, there's gonna be no grammatical errors. So you won't be able to see it with your eye. So what we're trying to teach our tools is to look for the signifiers that bad actors might have hidden so that we can see what is authentic and what is not. Because ultimately, even our business model relies on our ability to create a platform where there's information hygiene. So I'll pause there because I think I might, I've got 3 minutes left. Okay, great. So that's kind of high level where we're at. Lots of tools happening, lots of innovations. I think the final one I would share with you is around language. There are large language models being developed everywhere. Some of them are being made open source for researchers and think tanks so that our own developers can start creating technologies that work for our context, which is great. We've also been working to build what we're calling a No Language Left Behind program. A speaker earlier mentioned that African languages don't get full coverage in the sense that one would want them to. And this is true, right? We don't have that many content moderators purely because of the sheer volume of content that we're dealing with. We deal with billions of pieces of content per day. So when we start applying technology tools as solutions to content moderation, our starting point is where's the most gratuitous? We have to teach the machine to look for the most vile things so that the human beings don't have to do that they can then do the secondary review. So these are some of the ways in which AI is also supporting our content moderation practices, which will in turn hopefully get to a place where we minimize things like misinformation and disinformation. So I'll park there. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's now time to also hear from TikTok. 10 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ajwa Nkoma. I'm from TikTok. I head up government relations and public policy for the SADC region. Allow me to read my remarks to you. So thank you to the SADC Forum for this invitation. As a user-generated video sharing platform, we recognize the transformative impact of digital and social media on modern elections. We also recognize the opportunities and challenges presented by the digital environment for the election management bodies. TikTok is a home for people who seek entertainment while expressing themselves creatively. And with that in mind, on supporting our users with education and authoritative information on important public issues. For us, all the decisions we've made point back to our mission, which is to inspire creativity and bring joy. Millions of users come to TikTok to express their creative side and connect with others. While much of the time that means light-hearted content, what's going on in the world around us is often reflected in creative expression too. In these momentous times, we're intent on supporting our community as we work to maintain the integrity of our platform. We work hard to keep harmful misinformation and disinformation and other violations of our community guidelines off our platform. Platforms play a pivotal role in mitigating the spread of information and the consequential harm that can arise. The imperative of ensuring the dissemination of accurate information becomes even more critical during election periods where misinformation can significantly impact democratic outcomes. Platforms such as TikTok present the opportunity for EMBs to deliver clear and consistent communication anchored on accurate information to voters directly and enhance transparency and trust. Platforms can also be a vehicle for developing organic voter education campaigns and facilitating key dialogues ahead of elections in a responsible manner. While TikTok is not the go-to online space for discussing politics or breaking news, and we also do not allow any political ads or political branded content, it is important to recognize that content platforms' handling of elections is still a subject of interest and scrutiny by everyone, including public, media, as well as legislators. We take multiple approaches to protect our platform and work towards limiting the spread of misleading content. In addition to removing election misinformation we also provide access to authoritative information about elections and voting through our local partnerships. Whilst we will continue to provide access to authoritative information as part of our broader efforts to fight misinformation, we are first and foremost an entertainment and learning platform. But that does not stop our efforts towards preventing election-related harm on the platform. We believe collaboration helps strengthen our efforts to protect against harm and misuse on our platform, which is why we work with an array of experts and organizations. Around the world, we also provide notices on election-related hashtag pages to remind people to follow our community guidelines, to verify facts, and report content that they believe is violative. As more and more creators take advantage of artificial intelligence to unlock their creativity, we also want to support transparent and responsible content creation practices. We are currently launching a tool to help creators label their own AI-generated content, and we're also testing ways to label AI-generated content automatically. We continue to partner with our peers and experts in the industry to invest in AI media literacy efforts that empower creativity while giving viewers important context about the content that they're viewing on the platform. So we welcome this discussion to enhance the capacity of our EMBs to navigate the digital landscape effectively and embrace innovation. Platforms are definitely here to collaborate with the election management bodies and other stakeholders to safeguard our electoral integrity and counter online harms. Now, looking at the opportunities and the challenges, these are our recommendations. It is crucial to acknowledge the transformative impact of digital and social media on modern elections and to recognize the opportunities and challenges presented for EMBs. All the collaborations with EMBs should adhere to a transparent framework, recognizing the diversity of electoral commissions and to address trust deficits. Therefore, we also take a case-by-case approach with regard to collaboration, emphasizing that transparency. One of the ways and tools we have, which both of my colleagues have mentioned, is we verify political accounts. If our community is watching content from an account belonging to a government official, a politician, or a political party, we want them to know that that account is genuine and it belongs to the user that it represents. We, however, do not proactively encourage politics on the platform. And as I said before, we don't allow any paid political advertising. So it is incumbent on those political accounts to reach out for verification. In this way, we then work together to foster building trust between these high-profile creators and the communities that they engage with. We also have strong mechanisms in place to identify impersonating accounts of politicians, government ministers, political parties, and the like, and we remove these accounts once we detect them or once they are reported. We also have various policies related to misinformation. Our misinformation content policies prohibit harmful misinformation, disinformation, and manipulated media. This means that we remove content that seeks to intimidate voters or suppress voting, and we do not tolerate content or accounts that seek to incite violence. We've made it easy for people to report misleading content directly through our app, and we also have a dedicated team that reviews content in accordance with policies around misinformation. We also have partnered with agencies in different countries, including South Africa, the content agencies, to allow for a direct reporting channel. We also work continuously with the local expert partners. In Africa, we work with Code for Africa, and they work to expedite any inaccuracies that they come across in real time. We also are aware that there's a heightened focus on election day, and so we work with Code for Africa to reduce the discoverability of harmful content as we lead up to election day. In terms of the opportunities that are available for EMBs, I'm going to go through some of the opportunities that we've identified. So, as I've said before, there's an opportunity to use these platforms for clear and consistent communication through digital panels. This also means that EMBs need to have a proactive presence on the platforms. So we work closely with some of our EMBs to help them create that organic presence on the platform so that when there are elections, they're able to utilize them effectively. We also work together with EMBs to do voter education campaigns and also stimulate responsible dialogue. One of our flagship programs is TikTok for Peace. We've used them in previous elections in other parts of the continent, including Nigeria and Kenya, in which we stimulate responsible conversation around controversial or topics that are anticipated to be controversial. We also recommend that EMBs invest in their own capacity building. Often when we are engaging directly with EMBs, we find that there's a lack of knowledge about platforms and the utilization of them on the digital space. And so we encourage all EMBs to invest in their staff, to interact with the platforms, and to own their space within those platforms. We also encourage EMBs to join hands in the platform in promoting ethical use of those platforms, including ethical AI practices. Often the EMBs have a more localized, larger reach, and so they should also hold our hands in those digital literacy programs. In closing and navigating the digital and social media environment, EMBs have a unique opportunity to enhance accessibility, transparency, and engagement in the democratic process through their presence on the platforms. By adopting innovative strategies and building robust partnerships, EMBs can effectively harness the potential of the digital media space for successful and secure elections. I will then yield my time there. Thank you.
Thanks again. I think my mandate's supposed to stop here. I should hand over now to our facilitator for the next.
Thank you very much, Chair. A round of applause to all the panelists. As I indicated in my opening remarks, assist the facilitator to manage time, to run an engaging session by keeping your inputs and questions short and crisp. I now open the floor for questions. Thank you. Are there additional hands noted? Let's take the 4 in that order, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Nkaro. I work for the Electoral Commission, and I'm based in Limpopo province. You know, this issue of digital media and social media are new. And what I like about your presentations are that you work closely with governments, people who are responsible for policies. So to what extent are you influencing this policy development to regulate the usage of social media? Another issue relates to the TikTok, for example. You are saying, you are relying on direct reporting channels. I imagine the one that was referred to by our CEO, Sai, the real 411. The problem with relying on a direct reporting channel is that the damage is already done. You know, by the time I report, already this thing is floating all over. Is there no way of stopping it before it even lands on the platform? I'm really worried because I think what we see on several platforms is actually worrying, and I think we are reactive rather than being proactive and stopping it before it happens, because damage would already have been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Love.
Thanks. My name's Janet Love. I'm a commissioner of the IEC. Abongile, you mentioned the fact that political adverts are tracked and disclosed. And I'm just wanting to find out whether or not Google also discloses the paid AdWords process. So in other words, if somebody who's not officially a political party but is paying for a heightening of a particular post through AdWords processes, which could actually be a political party messaging, is that also disclosed? In relation to Dudu, thank you very much, by the way, everybody, for your presentations and for yours, Dudu, as well. But I wanted just to find out, when you talked about the language processes within Meta, whether or not you are increasing your employment of content moderators in terms of particularly the African continent, and whether or not that's, how one can track that in terms of the languages. And then secondly, your algorithmic processes. You mentioned that there's research that when you've moderated your algorithms, you've identified the fact that it doesn't necessarily change behaviors. Are those research products available for public scrutiny? Because I think that would be quite an important contribution. And lastly, how far are you with your generative AI reveal process? In other words, its tagging in terms of public reveal. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So I've recognized you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ibrahim Sani. I work with the Independent National Electoral Commission, Nigeria, research units. Thank you very much, presenters, for thought-provoking presentations. I got interested in the presentation for the fact that I've seen Google, Meta, TikTok I felt, of course, we worked with, during the 2023 general election that we had in Nigeria, to track hate speech, disinformation, misinformation issues. Now, my question is in line with the first question raised by my colleague over there. How could the recent development in AI, and I'm very interested that you mentioned ethical AI, how could that development help in tracking speeches, comments that could come on board on the social media before they could come on board and then stop it? I'm saying this from experience that in Nigeria before the 2023 general election, we had instances where a lot of facilities, a lot of people lost their life, INEC facilities banned across the country. If AI could be of help to track and stop this content before getting public, that would be very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So you'll be the last. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Jean-Paul Kimonyo. I'm from the International Conference for the Great Lake Region. And just by stating the name of our institution, you can understand that the issue of hate speech is a major issue in our region. Each of the presenters, at least those who present on behalf of the platforms, they talked about challenges they have in moderating hate speech in local languages or African languages. It's sad because that's where the battlefield is. Because from the work we have been doing, we could see that the most important stream of hate speech is done in local languages. And in a more subtle manner, so meaning that if you don't really pay attention, you're not going to get it. My question is, can we know which of the languages that these platforms are moderating? For very practical reasons, to know in which languages we are on our own. Second question is about who is allowed to, let's say, raise complaint and identify instances of hate speech. Do you allow only government-affiliated institutions, or also international institutions, regional institutions, or even civil society organizations? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. At this point, I will then request the panelists to respond to the questions. We'll start with Google, go to Meta, and then TikTok. And the CEO can offer any views on this matter. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to Meet.
Thank you very much. I'm going to handle the language questions because I think there were several in one response, hopefully. So the language issue is a big one for us. It's one of our biggest challenges, to be quite candid. We don't have 100% coverage of content moderators or even technology that understands all languages. It's something that we're working towards, and this is why the advancements that we've made so far were so exciting, because what we're dealing with the large language model that is particularly looking at translation is potentially having the capability or the ability to finally understand at least 200 languages. But we know language is complex. So this would be 200 languages, the formal version. In our continent, we're also looking at dialects. You get a single country with multiple dialects of just one language. So that still means that there will always be a need for human review to work alongside the artificial intelligence. So it's the goal that we're working towards, but we're not fully there, right? The piece around how many content moderators, Commissioner, I couldn't tell you. I know we have a couple of thousands, but I couldn't give you an exact figure. Some of them work specifically on moderation. Some of them work on moderation and safety, and so there might be overlaps there. Some folks are working on language as it pertains to content policy. So the figure that I would need to give you is different. But in terms of how they are set up or arranged, we do have multiple people working on multiple languages. So somebody could be from the Southern Africa region, but also understand Swahili, and so be moderating from that perspective as well. The ideal place we want to get to is where the combination of human review and artificial intelligence review is so accurate that we don't actually have a single person dealing with volumes. We want to use human beings for context, because AI doesn't understand context. So that's kind of the goal. Now, the other piece was around the studies, right? There was a question about the watermarking techniques and how far that is. These are early studies. Some of the papers have been published in July 2023, but as you've already heard from our peer companies, a lot of the industry organizations are picking up this technology and looking for ways to embed it, because the idea is that we need to get to a place where we can detect harmful content before it's published. And that leads me to the other question that came up, which is, why can't we prevent the hate speech before it is published? That's the goal, and sometimes we can, but we don't always get it right. Particularly when an image is complex or is in a language that we can't detect, then you'll find that, especially with political content, it'll go through a review process, right? Whereas organic content is treated as slightly less harmful. It might be somebody posting about their grandmother's birthday last weekend. And so the focus then starts at, where's the most risky situation where something could go wrong? Oh, it could be over there because there's an election. So the review would happen with political content or political speech, or in the context of a live war or a country where we know there's a bit of instability. And so we pay special attention to that. So there are instances where we'll catch it, and there are instances where we won't. Now, for the metrics of what that looks like, one could basically go to our Transparency Center. Feel free to go there and have a look at our success rate. You'll see some months we do, some quarters we do really well, and then others we take a bit of a dip because we're learning as we go. But that's kind of the status of where that is. Then there was the final piece around regulation and policy. I think for a long time, there's been a perception that tech companies don't want regulation. But we're nearly 20 years old, at least for Meta. We're 20 next year. And the industry and the sector is even older than us. So it's no longer, this is not something that we debate about. Regulation is required and is needed. So some of the initiatives that we are engaged in now are not just about regulation for existing platforms and existing technologies. We're talking to think tanks and civil society and experts about what guardrails do we need for AI? What's that going to look like? And who's going to make the determinations of how far we go? Because for the first time, we're recognizing the need that the regulation, collectively, as society, we're recognizing that we need the regulation early. but we also recognize that there are potential benefits on the other side of innovation. So we're having to figure out how to strike that balance between the benefits of innovation, freedom of speech, potential economic benefits, but also at the same time, the very real dangers of causing social and political instability in certain regions. And so these are conversations that we really hope everybody is going to get involved in. Perhaps not under the umbrella of an EMB, but if you are part of organizations that are having these conversations, that's where your voice is needed. Because we can only make public consultation comments like everybody else. After that, we can provide suggestions about what the tools actually do and how they actually work. Beyond that, we need the collective approach and the collective voice so that the policies actually make sense and are robust. So I think I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. TikTok?
I think that my colleagues have covered majority of the questions, but what I'd like to emphasize is the nature of moderation. So TikTok publishes quarterly a community guidelines enforcement report. It is available for anyone to see online. And I just took a quick look at the numbers, but in our last quarter, we removed just under 300,000 videos. And that's just an indication of the kind of volumes we're looking for. And majority of that content, 97.6%, is removed before anyone has reported it, before anyone has ever seen it. So there's this idea that we're not moderating, but I think that the EMBs need to be aware of the volumes of content that are being uploaded constantly all the time. I'd also like to then bring into what my other colleagues have mentioned is we have an issue of education. People are seeing content that is violative, they're uploading it instead of reporting it. Like Dudu Esang has said, once it's shared or distributed on a platform, it's really too late. So it's about having those in-person education drives, which we already do. I mentioned we have these flagship programs, but part of the reason why we have those flagship programs is to encourage the kind of conversation, responsible conversation that we would like to see people see. We have many programs encouraging people to check before they share, check before they upload, but we do have these quite robust moderation systems and teams that are taking down content. And then in terms of hate speech, we have community guidelines. Ours at TikTok are delineated to 7 issues, one of which is hate speech. Each one of those issues has a team of moderators who are operating in multiple languages. So there definitely is a commitment from all of the platforms to ensure safe use of the platforms, especially during election times.
Thank you very much. CEO?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the framework that we spoke about, it's a good start, but it's not a panacea to all the ills inherent in the use of social media in elections. Because as you may have gathered in the discussion, that framework does not deal with issues of recommender system, dark web, generative AI, and so on and so on. Yet, it is an important starting point because in this area, even the little that you can redress is better than doing nothing. So I thought it's important that we put that on the table up front, that the framework will not resolve every inherent ill. The second issue and the last point I wish to make is that, and perhaps it's a repetition, that the risk inherent in social media are such that they can impair the credibility of an election. In fact, an election can stand or fall on how you have a good distribution channel for your logistics. It's important, but you still need to manage your social media space. And failure to manage that space well can have very significant ramifications for for the electoral process. Now, we've just concluded a continental consultation process on the continental guidelines for the management of social media in elections. This, again, it's a non-binding, these are non-binding guidelines. But we hope that they will emerge as a normative instrument that will help EMPs on the continent to manage the space. This we developed in partnership with the Association of African Electoral Authorities, in partnership with the AU and the UNDP. So it is important that as we go into a number of elections in 2024, we look at those guidelines and see what are the things that we can cull out of those guidelines for implementation in the elections that are going to be happening next year, with the purpose of ensuring that we preserve the integrity of, of our election processes. Thank you very much, the Program Director.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, your thoughts and your concluding remarks, please.
Thank you. I think what we all hear around the discussion during this session is showing, in one hand, this emergence, we can say, of new technology when we are talking about information and communication, including during electoral processes. This is in one hand. And in other, we still also facing sort of persistence in terms of challenges. So this could guide us to advise on the need of deeply reflecting more again on what we can actually consider as a cobweb dynamics, also when it's about information and communication technology, in particular to consolidate peace, democracy, and for security and stability within the region or each member state across the continent. That's what we can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And the last remark from the facilitator is that the panelists were able to present their submissions in a well-articulated manner, and I have no wish to spoil the party. This brings us to the end of this segment of the show. Thank you. You are released. Thank you very much. May I then invite the next panelist and the chairperson of the next segment of the session, please. Without any waste of time, may I humbly request the panelists that are supposed to deal with the next topic to join me on this table, together with the chairperson of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to introduce the chairperson of this segment of the session, Mr. Tawana Mwanyisa, who is a consultant specializing in democracy and governance. This segment will largely focus on the following: leadership and partnerships, delivering elections with integrity and trust. We are supposed to have 4 panelists, and one panelist should be joining us virtually. If the panelist has connected, Chairperson, I will wish to hand over the session to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Facilitator, and would like to thank the organizers for providing me with this opportunity to sit in front of you. I always, growing up, wanted to be an electoral commissioner, but it has not worked out yet. And I'm glad that I am among electoral commissioners, and hopefully the association will rub off. So for this 1 hour, Mr. Facilitator, can you call me Commissioner Taona? Thank you so much. Our session this afternoon, as the facilitator had indicated, is going to be on leadership, partnership, delivering elections with integrity and trust. And I think there are several keywords there. And as I will hand over to my panelists, I just wanted to highlight the keywords in this topic, which focuses on leadership. And I think for us, as we define it and the discussion as it rolls out, would specifically look at the strong and ethical leadership, which is vital for setting clear direction, building trust, and ensuring accountability throughout the electoral process. And I think this is integral. It is also going to be looking at partnership, which is the collaboration and cooperation among stakeholders, including election management bodies, the political parties, civil society organizations, the media, and international partners, which are also very crucial for promoting transparency and inclusivity in electoral processes. Then we are going to be looking at the integrity of the process itself, which is ensuring the fairness and legality of the electoral process by adhering to established laws, regulations, and ethical principles, which is also very essential for building public trust. And then lastly, trust itself, which is the public confidence in the electoral process, which is also crucial for promoting peaceful and inclusive elections, as well as the acceptance of results. Now, to help me in unpacking the topic, I have a very high-level panel made up of Mr. Wafulu Chembukati, who is the former chairperson of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission of Kenya. We also have Honorable Justice Chifundo Kachela, chairperson of Malawi Electoral Commission. Welcome, sir. Then we also have Maria de Rosario, the chairperson of CNE Cape Verde, who's going to be joining us virtually. And lastly, we are going to have Professor Kula Teletsani, who is the Director of Organ on Defense, Politics, and Security at SADC Secretariat. Gentlemen and lady, welcome. We'll try as much as possible to make this discussion more interactive and less of a presentation. So I'll try as much as possible in the discussion to pose a number of questions that can also be leading in terms of your discussion. So maybe to start us off, I'll start with Mr. Wafula. As you discuss, may you reflect maybe on your perspective as an electoral practitioner, sharing experiences on leadership challenges that your institution faced when you are there, and linked to electoral integrity and corporate governance. If you may look at it that way, but including your presentation as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. It's indeed my honor and privilege to be here in Cape Town to share with you our experiences from Kenya. Indeed, it's an honor also to discuss this topic sharing experience and integrity with trust. But I would like to tell a story. Two stories, actually, 3 minutes each, and then we can now engage in that discussion. In Kenya, we have two major political parties which participated in the last general election. There were 4 candidates, but the major ones are 2. There's the one called Azimio. The chairperson of that party is the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. And his deputy is then the chairperson or leader of Kenya Kwanza Party, who is now the current president. Now, the former president was supporting an opposition leader called Raila Odinga, now fighting the deputy president then, who is now the president. I believe you get that story. On 16th of November, 2022, I was then invited for a meeting at the Kenya School of Governance. This meeting was led by a team made up from the former president, telling me, come for a meeting on election management. The meeting then was being conducted or prepared by the Minister of Interior and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And the terms of reference was to take over the management of elections as envisaged under Article 88 of the Constitution, to be run by the IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Now, I didn't know that was the terms of reference of that meeting, but I went for the meeting all the same. Then I was told, these are our terms. We are taking over the mandate, Article 884. You just go and prepare and wait to announce the results of the winner. And if you want anything, we shall ask you to come and brief us. So I said, okay. A press meeting was called, and I was told, say something. Of course, to the press, what do you say? I said, okay, I'm here. I've been invited to share my experience on election preparedness, and we shall work together with this team. And then I went back to the office. Back in office, I sat down with my pen, because these guys were the whole government plus all the agencies in government. Now, these agencies are supposed to support the commission to deliver on its mandate according to the Elections Act. The work of the commission is clearly spelled out in Article 884 of the Constitution, to run referenda and elections. And there's no role for these agencies anywhere in the Constitution except supporting the commission in other ways in fulfilling its mandate under the Constitution, the election law. So I wrote to them. I told them I cited the Constitution, I cited the election law, and I told them there are even judicial pronouncements on the matter. Unfortunately, the Chief Justice was part of chairing that meeting. She was new, so maybe she had been roped in without her knowledge. But I wrote, and I also informed them the Chief Justice cannot chair this meeting. She will be sitting on presidential petitions. But nevertheless, we are pulling out of this outfit because it's not found anywhere in the Constitution. So I wrote a letter, copied all agencies, officially pulled out IEBC from that outfit. It was never in anyway, but I pulled it out. And that was then, the spanner was thrown in the works, and these guys could not know. These guys did not know that we had a strategic plan, or they knew and they ignored. They didn't know that we had an election operation plan with timelines running. We had declared elections, 6 elective positions. We had made all arrangements to ensure that our staff, initially, We had 17 regions manning the 47 counties. But when I came in office, we created 47 county election offices to match with the existing government structure. And so we had all activities running, all election-related activities were running at that time under the our election operations plan. So we continued, but there was one or two problems. One, we had been refused funding, so we didn't really have money, but we had the plan. Even donors were told not to support us, and I think UNDP is here. You can verify that. Until the last minute, the last year of elections when we were given funding. And the whole idea was to make sure the commission does not deliver on its mandate, on its electoral cycle. So that was the short story number one. So that outfit, we put a stop to it and continued our work. But then came in another story, my short story, second and last one.
That'll be 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is very brief. 15th of August, 2022, the day of declaration of the presidential result. I received 4 visitors when I was at the National Tallying Center. The visitors, of course, one from the Office of the President, the Inspector General of Police. We had the other 2 visitors from the military and the Attorney General's office. And the message was very simple. The message, very simple. And they also say that there was a difference, and the winner of presidential election is 50% plus 1 in the Constitution, and you win a majority of the seats in majority of the counties, 25% in majority of the counties. So the message was simple. The winning candidate is winning by over 200,000 votes. Remove this vote, let's have a runoff. If not, there's going to be bloodshed outside in this country. So that was the message. So I told them in simple words, the constitution is clear, the will of the people must be respected. So in summary, the question is, as election managers, what do you do under that stress? What are you expected to do? And my answer is very simple. Fidelity to the law, follow the constitution, and fidelity to the law. Thank you.
The joys of lived experiences, depressing as they may be, I think it also contextualizes the environment commissions do work in. Our next speaker is Honorable Justice Chifundo Kachela, Chairperson of the Malawi Electoral Commission. In your discussion, Justice, I would like you also to highlight some of the aspects of election management performance and key elements of sustainability of election management, electoral processes, and democracy, so that at least we can contextualize it within the context of integrity, trust, and leadership in electoral processes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Session Chair. Allow me to first of all appreciate the organizers for the opportunity to share my thoughts from this podium. I take it as a great honor. There are many more people who could equally do this and do it better than I could. From the keynote speech in the morning, I thought Dr. Matosa set a good framework in defining the key concepts, but also setting very clearly our context within the SADC region. So I would like to zero down on the role of leadership to deliver EMB mandates, and I would like to take my hat off to the previous speaker for his exceptional leadership in delivering the election within a very difficult context. The way he has told the story does not even begin to create the impression of what pressures they worked in at the time they were doing their job. So for my discussion, just to share my own concepts, in my view, I believe that the EMB is like a midwife. And if you can imagine that role, it means that the health of the baby born lies beyond the midwife. So the midwife is not responsible for the kind of baby who is born. But through creative interventions, you can nurture more healthy babies, and I think that's why we have the idea of partnerships. And secondly, I also wanted to highlight the thought which is predominant in my own conception of my work as an EMB leader, is that I do believe that political participation is a universal accepted human value. So we're talking in the morning, or I think it was earlier in the afternoon, about African democracy. Whatever African democracy will look like, there are instruments that the African people have signed up to at regional, international, and global level that articulate the value of democracy. And personally, I believe that the one man or one woman, one vote principle is a recognition of a fundamental dignity of each human being, irrespective of our status. So democracy is a political expression of a moral value, the value of a human being to have a say in who gets to do what in their name, because I think that's the keynote speech adequately alluded to that. And when we talk about questions of integrity and trust, I think the story from Mr. Chebukati ably makes the point I would have wanted to make in my presentation, to say that integrity and trust are moral qualities. In other words, ultimately, you don't trust a system. You don't trust a machine. Even with the AI still requires a human input. Ultimately, trust is something you place in a person. And so the leadership of the EMB is therefore very critical in setting the moral tone of the institution. And that requires qualities like intellectual integrity, moral backbone, but also, I think, strategic clarity. You must be clear about what you are intended to do as a leader. As Mr. Chebukati has explained, by the time some other actors were trying to intervene in the process, the institution had a very clearly articulated strategic process with clear plans which they were trying to implement. So, trust and credibility are foundation in the electoral leadership process beyond structures and systems, because the trustworthiness of the process will determine the credibility of the electoral outcomes. My own experience, I became chairperson of our electoral commission on the 9th of June 2020, and we had to run an election in exactly 2 weeks on the 23rd of June 2020. A fresh presidential election after our constitutional court had nullified the previous election on the basis that, among others, there were irregularities, and the court had found that our previous office holders did not act with the level of competence required of this office. So we didn't have the luxury of even changing the team so far as the secretariat were concerned. We didn't have time to do anything. We just had to come in 2 weeks, deliver. Some of the things we did refer to the issue of transparent communication, for example. In order for you to have credibility, you must be able to communicate very clearly what you're trying to do. I think one of the fundamental elements to effective leadership of an EMB is to recognize that when you sit in that office, you are supposed to be a servant. You are not a boss and a master, so you are accountable to the voters for everything you're trying to do. So sharing information, so we had to break the culture of withholding information, but also in the process of trying to gain credibility, we had to create a scenario where everybody would know for sure that if you want trustworthy information about elections in Malawi, talk to MEC, talk to the Electoral Commission. So we had to be very, very vulnerable in sharing even the lack of resources we had, the challenges that we anticipated. Literally, we had to run an election. First of all, there was the public health crisis of COVID. So no foreign observers were coming, and we were being warned about running an election in the absence of foreign observers, and our argument was that suggestion misses the point, because in our conception, our constitutional mandate was to arrange an election for the people of Malawi. We don't arrange elections for observers. Observers come to observe as we do the job. And they come to learn or even to give us suggestions on how we can do the job better. So we said we'll proceed anyway, because we send the invitations. The public health situation does not allow for us to have people come and observe, but that will not hold us back. And by being very, very open about all the processes, in the end, we got to a place where even the parliament itself and the public at large got to believe that we were doing everything in good faith to deliver a credible result. And I think for me, like I said, the rest of the team, apart from the 7 commissioners, the rest of the team that ran that new election was exactly the same team that had done the same job previously. But when we, in our leadership team, came on board and made certain strategic changes, especially the key one about information sharing, about recognizing that sharing information is a duty you owe as a constitutional entity. It's not a privilege. When people require information from you, you don't have to select who you share what information with. It changed the whole narrative, and it created a space where we were able to deliver a result that people could trust. And in the process, so I'll finish with this story. Prior to the new government coming in office, there was a serious, as you are aware, with the public health crisis of COVID, there were efforts by the previous government to actually put in place measures that included all the usual issues that disrupted life. But because this government lacked legitimacy, everybody said the reason you want to do this is you don't want elections. When the new government came in power, enacting exactly the same policies, everybody complied. You know, and for me, that's an illustration of how, like I said, as a midwife, when you do your job competently, you can actually be part of a process of consolidating democracy. I do believe that democracy is a project. It's a work in progress always. It's never done, but you can make little gains. And when you're leading, when you have the privilege of leading an EMB, I mean, I imagine my brother Dennis from DRC, elections for 44 million people. And you're just one of those, one person out of those people to arrange that for everybody else. That's an enormous responsibility. And it's not something you can take very lightly. So let me stop there. My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to check if our panelist is online. Yes, she is online. Maria de Rosario, chairperson of CNE, Cape Verde, who is going to be joining us. And I think in the presentation, if you can also touch on maybe the best practices in embracing leadership and delivering elections with integrity, as you present your paper to the House. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yes, please.
You have exactly 10 minutes. Thank you.
Commissioner Maria, I'm giving you 2 minutes grace to conclude your submission. Pardon me for that. You have gone beyond your allocated time. Yes, thank you.
Muito obrigado. I would like to hand over to Professor Kule Teletsani, Director of Organ on Defense and Politics at SADC Secretariat. And hopefully he would also contextualize his discussion within the context of the work that SADC is doing, especially through the CIOMs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I gave in a presentation, but I'm going to request them not to share it, as I'm not going to follow the PowerPoint. Yes, thank you. You can just stand on that first slide. Don't move, otherwise you're going to confuse a lot of people. I'm not going to follow that presentation. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, in the interest of time, quite a number of theory has been shared on issues of democracy, and I will not really dwell much into that. And I want to speak more of my experience within the SADC in terms of leadership, in terms of election management bodies, as well as the observer missions that I have experienced. Because, you know, when I was in Madagascar 2 weeks ago, I felt very bad as I was sitting and engaging the stakeholders. And one of the stakeholders, and I think the question was fair, when the stakeholder asked that, SADC, you have been here 2-3 elections ago, you are here today, you have made certain recommendations and those recommendations were not followed. What are you doing about it? And I think what even killed me the most was when the individual was asking, it was about 10 or 11 opposition leaders, and he asked, so are you here for a holiday? And I think it was a good question. Why am I there? Because the leadership and the challenge that not only SADC is facing, like many other observers are facing, is when we come back from these missions, we submit reports. What happens to those reports? And unfortunately, there is no mechanism to enforce because we believe those countries are sovereign states. What we do as observers is to give them, is the same as the doctor and a patient relationship. I hope I'll have time to come back to that story. So what we do, we give them a tool, we give them a report, and we go away. And they know, most countries know, 2-3 months down the line, everybody would have forgotten about that report, no matter how bad or how good it is. And then we'll see them again in the next elections. But the questions also come back to us, Chairperson. I was speaking to a colleague while sitting down. My brother, if you remember, in Malawi, when the court overturned the verdict of your institution, saying the elections were fair, credible. And the question therefore was, for me, there was quite a number of missions that were there. The ECF-SADC was there, our own SADC was there, the African Union was there. But once a court come back and say elections were not fair, what does it say about ourselves as observer missions? It says a lot about our integrity as well. So are we really truthful about what we do? And those are the questions, I think, also not only looking at the management body, but also looking at ourselves as observer missions to say, but what kind of work are we doing? Are we going there to rubber stamp certain decisions, or are we going there and be fair in providing our analysis? And the other challenge, I think, that the election management body, coming back to them, that they are facing, in my view, is to manage stakeholders. When we were in Madagascar, quite a number of stakeholders that we saw, the first question, and I was shocked, most of them, the question that they were asking was, we would like you to postpone the elections. So it's the lack of understanding from some of the stakeholders on what is the role of the observer missions. And unfortunately, the challenge therefore is on the management bodies on how to manage these expectations, how to manage political parties, how to manage us as observers. Because remember, you need observers also that are very responsible. Because in all these elections, there are those individuals that are waiting for one word from the observer to cause chaos. So also how we craft our reports and what we put in the report, the language must be very sound. And I'm not saying we should hide things, but you have to be very careful. You don't want to leave the country and the country start burning. That's not what we want to do when we observe these elections. But what are the challenges that these election management bodies are facing? And I think a lot has come out. The lack of funding. You can't have an election management body that lacks funding because it is vulnerable to anyone to bribe them. And we do find a lot of them lacking funding. The other thing is maintaining security is often a concern, and election commissions may have to rely on security services that are viewed with suspicion by the public. And most of the time you find that in most countries. And the political parties not accepting the results. I was in Zimbabwe, I was in Madagascar, in other countries when other political parties will tell you straight, I will not accept the results if we do not win. But that is not democracy. So unfortunately, the election management bodies have to manage all this. And I don't know how they will, I can't advise them on how they should manage this. And also irresponsible comments by observers who fail to follow international standards, and not only that, international observers who really don't understand the dynamics of a particular country and their remarks and what they put in the report. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying what you put in the report, it must be something that is acceptable, but you have to understand the country and what you put in the report, what it can do to that particular country. Okay, and then observation, like a lack of sufficient knowledge of the country's context, I've mentioned that. But now, what is the way forward, Mr. Chairperson? What the election management bodies must understand that election commission decisions, they impact all political parties and other stakeholders. And that is a fact. And there must be a regular engagement with all electoral actors, and that will increase the acceptance of the electoral process. Because once you have your equivalent of your IEC that is really not respected, that the public view it as aligned to certain parties, then you are running into a problem. Collaborated actively with stakeholders, including establishing standing relationship with political parties, media outlets, civil society, among others. And now this collaboration, it will improve the electoral process, and in the end, it will ease the tension. And also, I think there must be different mechanisms for nominating election commissioners. Sometimes when you visit these countries, you get shocking stories on how the commissioners are appointed, who appoint the commissioners, where you find in certain countries the president is involved, the ruling party is involved, or individuals within or rather the commissioners are closely aligned to certain individuals within political parties or within government. And that raises questions, and the issue of trust and credibility goes out of the window. And then the conflict of interest can rise when a president or a political party nominates the members of the commission. And also the EMBs should be named through inclusive, transparent process with check and balances. And surely in every country you get state security. I think those individuals need to be vetted thoroughly before they're even placed in those serious positions. I'm not sure how many countries do that. The election commissioners must have a mandate to make independent decisions. And I think sometimes when I go to this country, you get your equivalent of your IEC independent. The only thing independent is that letter in the abbreviation, and there is nothing independent about them. So thank you, sir. Is it that quick? Okay, thank you. No, 2 minutes. My apologies, sir. Yes, so the question here, you are independent, and say you mentioned something because the story that you gave, at the end of the day, you might lose your job, but your credibility as an individual will remain intact with the decision that you have made. And in many countries, you wouldn't have survived the following day. You have been out of the office. But I'm glad you survived. But that you have to maintain that independence, because if you don't do that, you are making the job of those following you very, very difficult. And lastly, the legal frameworks can also be used to prevent executive branch manipulation. But what do you do if the courts are also manipulated? And that is unfortunately something that you cannot do anything about it. But the point I'm trying to make in conclusion, Chairperson, here is there is a leadership. And now, once you have a leadership vacuum, especially within the electoral management bodies, once you have that vacuum, something is going to fill in that leadership vacuum. Political parties are going to take advantage, the vacuum is going to be filled, and then your integrity will be questioned. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that rich input, and I think it contextualized quite a number of issues. And I believe also as we open up, we do not have much time, but we're going to open up to the plenary for questions, and thereafter I will do a quick summation before I hand over to
Moderator, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I was like, we are opening up to the plenary, and we're going to take a few questions before we hand over to the facilitator. Any questions, feedback, interventions? I see one hand there. I see Webster there. I see another hand there. And then I see these two here. So I'll start from this end, Madam. I'll start with you. So please try to be very brief and make it short and concise.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is directed to the director for the organ, SADC director. You know, you made several observations, including funding of EMBs. And of course, yesterday there was a general acknowledgement that countries are not the same. I think subscription to the ECF, you know, for some countries, this is just a mountain to climb. Now, what is the role of SADC in trying to raise funds as a central body so that those EMBs that might actually be struggling could access these funds to prevent a situation where external bodies, including overseas interested parties, dictate on how democracy should function in a country that cannot afford democracy. Democracy is very, very expensive, by the way. So what is the role of SADC in all these issues? You know, so that we are very, very clear that we want to become an African continent that is able to do things in its own right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take the next question from Webster.
Thank you. I have to turn around because some ESCOM is not working on our gadgets here. My name is Webster Zambara. I want to ask Professor Kula. Firstly, I should admit that your presentation is so opposite to what people say about your institution, because you are such a humble person who is brutally honest about these elections. So I'm pleasantly surprised. My question is, how do you protect your election observer missions against difficult states, especially when results are, or reports, I would say, your preliminary reports or final reports are not too palatable to them? And my last is a comment. The organ, if I'm speaking from a civil society angle, the organ is the most difficult institution to relate to in SADC. May I request your business card after this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a hand up there. Yes?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm being tempted to really ask a question for this very panel. I had the privilege of interviewing Professor Atahiru Jega after the 2011 election. And we had a crisis, if you recall, 2011 in Nigeria. And then I asked him what would be his home take with regard to the issues of the crisis. And he said, crisis of expectation. Now, I've also followed with keen interest the presentations that took place in this very hall from the beginning of this morning. And I'm trying to put a connection between what Clara said in her presentation and that very panel. The fact that perception has strong connection with reality. And from experience, you are well endowed, the whole panel. One could plan and execute very well, but then the different factors that surrounds the conduct of election and its management would end up ruining whatever you've planned very well. I mean, the experience from Kenya is a very good, nice experience that you shared with us. Malawi tried to dodge it without saying it clearly. Maria, I've been following too. She mentioned a lot of issues of trust, how you could build it. But then, the reality is different from planning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I have one here.
Thank you. I'm Commissioner Chihenuna from Namibia. Judge Kachali, this accused number 1 is guilty as charged because in 2019 I was part of the ECF-SADC observer mission to the elections in Malawi that were later overturned by the courts as null and void. Anyway, that's on a light note. But my question is to Professor Teletsane. Now, you're concerned that what we do after we go to observe elections and a sister EMB does not implement those recommendations. I think for me that's a big challenge because the question is how do we strike that fine balance between coming up with an objective report with recommendations that must be implemented and maybe they're not implemented. So how do you balance that against the independence of a sister EMB operating within a sovereign state? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Same question. Okay, thank you so much. I will allow the panelists to respond, starting with on my far left, coming this way. If there are any issues that were targeted to you, then you can also respond.
Thank you, Session Chair. The observation from the Namibia Commissioner, which also was echoed in the presentation from the SADC organ, I hold a very different view about the role of election observation and the judicial process. I think the judicial process performs a different function to the observation process. And the Malawi example is a good case in point for my perspective. The preliminary reports that the different observation missions issued, obviously by virtue of the nature of the process, did not cover the results transmission and determination processes. So by the time the preliminary reports are coming, everything else has gone really well. The courts found fault with the results transmission and determination processes. And I think it would be very unfair, therefore, to trash the work that the observation missions pronounced upon insofar as they were not privy to what transpired after the rest of the process. So I do believe that we should not throw away the baby with the bathwater because the courts come in and say something after a judicial process that has got access to different levels of evidence. On the previous question from the colleague from Nigeria about perception versus reality, my own conviction is that if the disinformers and the misinformers are loud, then get louder. In other words, you must control the narrative. You must control the narrative. You must flood the media space. You must be forthright with information. Everybody must get to a place where they get to believe that if they want credible, up-to-date information about anything, you are the source. Create that, because that's the issue of trust. Who do they trust? And trust must be earned. So your behavior in how you interact with the different stakeholders at every level must get to a place where, whether it is the political parties, whether it is the media, whether it is even the losers, even your very worst enemy, at least when they sit down in their closet, must know that we know what the truth is, whatever we are saying in the media. So you must not concede ground to the misinformers. That's a plane you're playing in. That's the game you're involved in. And you cannot allow wrong perceptions to trump the good reality. Put across the reality for the people to make their own judgments. You're not at some level, when the elections are underway, you're not responsible for the level of diligence and vigilance of the voter, but hopefully you've done enough civic and voter education to create a well-informed body of voters who can distinguish between lies and truth. That's a work you can do. If you think of elections in a cycle, that's a job you can do leading up to the elections. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions, and I think the last 2, I will combine them. The first question was the role of SADC in raising funds. Ma'am, to answer your question, observing elections already is costly for us. Observing elections alone, we have to source funding from somewhere. And you can just imagine how much it costs for a country to host the elections. And I know it's not all the countries that require financial support, but once we do that, we are going to open a floodgate, and it means then we have to increase the contribution of member states. Member states are not going to be happy. If you know now in SADC we have a deployment in Mozambique fighting a violent extremism. We are now going to deploy in the DRC, and that is still member states. It will really be stretching member states to a limit that they really cannot do. So unfortunately, no. For me, it's not even in my frame of reference to think about raising funds. I think each individual state must really approach whoever they want to approach and raise funds on their own. It's not a territory that I really want to enter. Thank you, ma'am. The second question was, how do you protect observation missions against difficult states? Look, at the end of the day, states are obliged, or not necessarily obliged, but states can respond to our reports. In the reports, at the end of the day, we tell them, if you are not happy about anything, you may respond. And I know which case you are talking about here. But if you look at this, most of the states, it's really not states. It's individuals, it's social media, it's political parties that, for me, they don't really represent states. So I will be worried if a president of the country pronounce himself and say, I don't like what CIOM is saying, there I will be worried. But as long as it is political parties, it is individuals on Twitter and Facebook, with the time it will die, I don't worry about it. How do we make sure that countries adhere to the recommendations? What I miss, both in the African Union and in SADC, what I miss here is, once we give in a report, for me, it should go to whoever the chairperson is, and a letter should be written to a president of that particular country where the election was held to say, CIOM makes the following observations. And we give you 6 months to tell us what you are going to do about them. So there is no enforcement mechanism here to make sure that individual, because they sign these treaties, but at the end of the day, they disregard them and nothing happens to them. I wish I can find myself in a summit where heads of state say, the president of South Africa, you are suspended from SADC for this period until you come up with the following recommendations. That will never happen. So that is the only way. It's for the heads of states to hold each other accountable. If we cannot get there, we will forever deploy a CIOM, and the lady put it very nicely this morning, to stay in beautiful hotels and come back and nothing happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chembu. Kati?
I don't remember any specific question directed at me. Yes, so I believe. Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much to our panelists. I think it was a very, very rich discussion, and a couple of issues came out of this interaction, and I think there were a couple of challenges that were highlighted, and I think from the first speaker, I think it was pretty much centered around the political interference, particularly around the attempts by political actors to manipulate or interfere with the electoral process, which can undermine the integrity and trust of the electoral processes. I think the other thing that also came out from this discussion is lack of transparency. There was a cry that there is insufficient information sharing and communication with stakeholders, which can lead to suspicion and mistrust. Then also issues around limited capacity, mostly around resource constraints, and lack of expertise on the part of some EMBs that can hinder effective election administration. But there was also the challenge that was highlighted around social divisions and conflict, and I think Rosaria from the Cape Verde Commission also raised that, which also results in polarization, discrimination, and conflict, which in most cases can discourage participation and trust in electoral processes. But I think there were a number of strategies that were suggested, and I think Prof also touched on that, including building strong and independent electoral management bodies, which are hinged on effective leadership and competent management of electoral processes, but also promoting inclusivity and participation, that is engaging with diverse stakeholders and ensuring access to marginalized groups in key electoral processes, as it were. Another strategy that was also highlighted was enhancing transparency and accountability, and also strengthening legal and institutional framework, and I think that was also touched upon. But I think all this largely would also lead to increased confidence. A credible and transparent electoral process fosters trust and legitimacy for democratic governance. It also gives us inclusive and peaceful elections in most cases. And lastly, also the reduction of conflict and instability in electoral processes. These are some of the key strategies that were highlighted. Mr. Facilitator, allow me just to kind of like overall conclude. What is my biggest takeaway from this discussion is that leadership and partnership are the heart of delivering elections with integrity and trust. And by fostering collaboration, transparency, and accountability, we can ensure peaceful and inclusive electoral processes that strengthen democratic society. And I think that is my biggest takeaway from this presentation. Mr. Facilitator, from myself, Commissioner Taona, I hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Taona, and a round of applause to the panelists. As I've said, you've captured eloquently the essence of the discussion, and I will suppress my personal views as the facilitator in the interest of time. This brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much. You are released. We seem to be doing fairly well with times. We are only left with the last part of our program for the day. And at this point, I wish to invite to the table Mr. Robert Gerenge from UNDP to join me, together with Ms. Vera Mereng from International IDEA. Thank you very much. I'm a slave driver. We conclude. Okay.
We're just giving
a summary.
Yes, just a brief findings.
At this point, I wish to invite Ms. Vera Mereng to give us a high-level summary of lessons learned before we conclude today's session. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocol, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm just going to give a brief summary of the emerging issues that were raised for today's session. Again, just to remind us on the theme, is striving for credible, inclusive, and transparent elections in the SADC region, innovation and renewed approaches for the future. This is an overview of the emerging issues from the session today. The focus is particularly on lessons learned, a policy recommendation, and the way forward. While we wait for a more detailed report to be developed, we are just trying to point out what were the key issues, and if there are some things that have been left out, you feel free to remind us on it so that we can include it in the final report. So there was a general consensus that the creation of the Electoral Commission Forum of SADC countries has been of great value to harnessing the enhancement of capacity among EMBs in the countries in the region. The work of the forum has been acknowledged as evidence in the policy guidelines and principles published since its establishment. Various capacity building and knowledge transfer processes of the forum have been acknowledged, along with the important role played by our enabling members as stakeholders in achieving the strategic objective of the forum. So, the emerging issues are democratization in the SADC region gained momentum in the third wave of democratization and transformed to what may be called the fourth wave. This has been referred to by Professor Matlose, as a democratic renaissance. Despite the initial euphoria with this trend, many democracies in the continent backslid, creating necessity for greater focus on improving democratic quality, from regular elections to quality elections, a focus on the integrity of the electoral process, and today it's about social economic values of democracy. It was acknowledged that the demand for democracy in the region outstrips supply as liberal and hybrid democracies or anocracies prevail. The implications of this development for ECF-SADC point to a need for further policy intervention, capacity building programs, and ongoing monitoring and evaluation measures. A cause for concern remains the low voter turnout in various countries, even among countries where democracy is rated as highly desirable, according to the data from Afrobarometer. Elections have been acknowledged as playing a crucial role as doorway to greater democracy in countries in the region. However, there was also a general consensus that they may form only a part of the process when democracy is measured more substantively. The level of poverty and unemployment presents ongoing threats to political stability within the various countries and in the region. As such, the quality of life of citizens affects the depth of democracy among the regional polities when measured from a substantive perspective. This question, therefore, begs the EMB on the role and the mandate, whether it should go beyond just election management or democracy management. This latter approach underscores not just compliance with free, fair, and inclusive elections, and free, fair, and inclusive, effective procedures, but also democratic quality defined more broadly. The primacy of politics in managing elections was emphasized, and it was acknowledged, bearing in mind that at times what is regarded as electoral violence is in fact elections in an unstable environment prone to violence. Factors that contribute to public trust and credibility of democratic processes include the entire range of institutions that play a role in the electoral management processes, which include, amongst others, the police, the EMBs, and the courts. Inclusion in electoral processes continue to be a major challenge, in particular women, youth, and people with disability. During this session, it was also noted that particularly in the SADC region, there is no specific policy instrument that tackles the question of people living with disability in the participation in the electoral process, in spite of the countries being signatories to many international instruments. The digital era has created both opportunities and challenges to participation in the electoral process. So, election management bodies continue to grapple with the challenges of misinformation and disinformation, while also exploring strategic partnership in tackling this challenge. Social media, again, has also offered benefits for electoral communication with the citizens. Insufficient funding for the EMBs appears to be, at times, regarded as deliberate or a way to compromise the process. The issue of political interference in the work that the EMBs do by the government and the political actors were also key issues that came up. And there was a consensus among the veterans that closed the session on the leadership, the kind of leadership, the particular type of leadership, character and integrity that is more suitable for leading election management bodies. The issue of the importance of the role played by other institutions supporting democracy came up, including the integrity of the courts, political culture of a country, and the procedures of appointing commissioners and senior staff of the EMBs. These, among others, contribute to perception about the freeness and the fairness of elections in varying ways. And this underscores the need for a multi-pronged approach in managing the process. These are the summary of the key issues that came up today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Over to you, Mr. Karen.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure again to be here. Last time we were here in Cape Town, I remember it was during the AWEB conference, and so it's always a pleasure to be hosted by the IEC. So going into the policy recommendations, I think the first recommendations that I think we need to underscore is a problem of growing voter apathy, which we've seen across the board, and this is not something that is unique to SADC region, but also continentally, where we are proposing a recommendation of adopting a multi-pronged approach to safeguarding electoral integrity. We know that some of the reasons why there is growing apathy is also because of loss of faith in elections, but also there's also the need for EMBs and electoral stakeholders to link elections with broader governance processes, especially because the quest for dividends of democracy on the continent is at all-time high. So we should not just see ourselves as just election managers, but we need to link the work that we do with broader governance processes, knowing that has an impact. I think the other aspect in terms of recommendations is to enhance trust-building measures by EMBs. And this one is very important, that EMBs need to intentionally foster trust in the institution itself, but also the electoral process. As a trust-building mechanism, stakeholders need to be involved throughout the electoral cycle. So we should not just be involving electoral stakeholders at the tail end, you know, just when you start, you put in place or you announce the elections calendar, but it should be the entire cycle. You should see and carry stakeholders along in the electoral process. It was so interesting just from the last panel that we've just heard about from chairpersons of Electoral Commission that it's important to stick to your mandate and the legal framework which has mandated you as EMBs to organize elections, even when under immense political pressure to safeguard electoral integrity. And I think this is something that we saw in the sessions from our chairs from Malawi and former chairperson from Electoral Commission from Kenya. Now, the other aspect which most EMBs are grappling with is tackling digital threats to election management. And in terms of policy recommendations, we need to explore strategic partnerships with social media companies, but also we have a very opportune moment here with us as EMBs where we can consider strategies for operationalizing the recently adopted instrument on the use of social media and elections in Africa. And we're grateful that the IEC has already thoughts about taking that instrument forward, which was adopted recently by the AEA General Assembly in Cotonou. And so the step forward is now to operationalize that. So it's already, it's an instrument that is just from the kitchen for the EMBs to utilize it in terms of tackling the digital threats to election management, but also harnessing the opportunities that are provided by that instrument. And also advocate for legal reforms which create an ecosystem for information integrity in elections. We have noted that content moderation is crucial from our partners, from the social media companies, but also we've noted that Africa has the least number of content moderation specialists, and also spreading of disinformation tends to be in vernacular languages, but with fewer African language content moderators. So therefore, big tech companies should consider hiring more content moderators just to deal with this kind of dynamics, which is uniquely African in the sense that because of the diversity of ethnic groups and so on, and so we need to be able to have this content moderation in different languages so that we can tame things like hate speech and disinformation and misinformation and so on. On the issue of inclusiveness, which has been quite a big challenge for some time for EMBs, they need to have, EMBs need to have a crucial collaborative role in ensuring citizens participate in all phases of the electoral cycle, not just during polling. But I think also what we learned from this day's symposium is the need to disaggregate the needs of different underrepresented groups. As even the youth, for instance, we've noted that they are not homogeneous group. Same case with the gender aspects. For instance, we have the rural-urban divide. We have the digital divide, even as pertains, for instance, to people with disabilities. They are not homogeneous. They are different needs and so on. And so that inclusiveness, if you want to foster inclusiveness, we need to take care of all these different nuances of the needs of these underrepresented groups. We noted that there is no regional instrument that specifically tackles, supports the participation of people with disabilities, and I think it's an opportunity to consider, and we're glad we have a senior official from SADC here, Secretariat, and the ECF can collaborate to develop that regional instrument to promote participation of people with disabilities. At continental level, I'm aware that the African Union has already put one in place. You also need to strengthen engagement with political parties. Political parties could be engaged more to transform the internal democracy and party structures to become more inclusive for women, youth, and people with disabilities. We also need to consider creating a conducive space for collaboration with citizen observer groups rather than undermining them. We have, of course, seen in some contexts where EMBs are loggerheads with citizen observer groups, And so I think we need to reconstruct that the way we perceive them. We need to see them as partners rather than enemies of EMBs, and engage in a collaborative partnership. I think also what we emerge from today is the need to strengthen the regional approach of peer learning. ECF-SADC has done a lot in terms of promoting peer learning, but we are learning from today that it's also important to strengthen, to buttress that, the peer learning with peer accountability. I think the fundamental question to ask ourselves is, how can we show solidarity on one hand while also upholding each other, holding each other accountable on the other hand? And for this to be possible, EMBs need to be vulnerable to each other. You know, at times we want to showcase the positive side, but we don't want to be vulnerable to each other. I think we need to build that kind of trust where we are vulnerable to each other and remain truthful while upholding confidentiality, and at the same time defend each other in pursuit for democratic values. There's also an emerging need to develop a capacity building framework in electoral leadership. And in this regard, it's important to collaborate with institutions of higher learning and other capacity building institutions in order to improve leadership for EMBs. And I think this is not something we need to take for granted. Or continuously we need to learn, and I think this kind of initiative could be quite useful. In terms of, just winding up on terms of recommendations, and this came from the chairperson from Malawi, is that personal integrity constitutes the bedrock of principled leadership beyond mere rhetoric. So we should not be just EMBs or officials who are just about rhetoric, but we have to go beyond that. And as the chairperson goes on, he says it involves aligning words, actions, values, bolstered with professionalism and technical proficiency. And so these are some of the few recommendations emerging from today's symposium. They are going to be fleshed out in the more final report, but looking at the way forward, maybe also to mention is that the African Elections Fund, which is at the inception phase, we are hoping that in the coming year, we are going to broaden it to become a continental basket fund for the benefits of EMBs on the continent of Africa. It's a fund that is just being established by UNDP, and we hope more partners will come on board, development partners, so that EMBs are able to respond to some of these challenges that we are seeing emerging from this symposium that we've learned, but also in other fora. Recently, last week, we came from the ECOWAS network of EMB's annual symposium, just like this one, and they have also highlighted some of the challenges that they are facing. And so we feel that the fund can be quite beneficial for EMBs on the continent of Africa. There are also complementary initiatives where there's an international idea and ISA, together with the African Union, who are just recently begun a new European Union funded project, a continental project, which will be working closely also with EMBs and the ECF-SADC, and I think this is also a fund that they can tap on. And I think most importantly, just to wind, is that the instrument that was adopted in Cotonou is an important instrument which was developed in quite a lengthy process of consultations, including social media companies that were actually presenting here. And I think EMBs should benefit from that instrument. It is the only instrument that I know that EMBs have developed when you compare to other continents. Other continents are going to be learning from Africa on this instrument on use of social media on elections in Africa. And I think the socialization aspect will be very, very useful, and also how to implement it within our EMBs to tackle the digital threats to election management, to foster information integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish to thank both of you for succinctly capturing the essence of today's discussions and debate. It is much and greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. At this stage, may I check with Deputy Chief Electoral Officer Mosri if there are any last-minute announcements before I hand over to Commissioner Love?
Chair, there are, but I've upwardly delegated to Honorable Commissioner Love.
Thank you very much, sir. May I also request the... On which point of order, sir, are you rising?
Peço perdão, não é característico. Peço perdão, não é característico. É que quando iniciaram a preparar a apresentação das recomendações, disseram-nos que as questões que achassem que falta incluir, a plateia poderia acrescer alguma coisa. Não sei se eu compreendi bem ou não, mas isso é que eu ouvi na tradução. Se for essa questão, há uma questão que me preocupa bastante, que foi levantado no último painel, da Maria do Rosário. Na parte final, a Maria do Rosário, de Cabo Verde, presidente da CNE de Cabo Verde, deixou-nos aqui uma réplica. E eu gostaria que essa réplica fosse, no rigor, eu repito, gostaria que esta réplica deixada pela Maria do Rosário, no rigor, fosse também, constasse também da recomendação desta reunião. Ela disse o seguinte, eu passo a citar. Os órgãos de gestão eleitoral devem ser financiados pelos próprios Estados e não por organizações ou órgãos não governamentais ou instituições internacionais. Fim de citação. Eu defendo este princípio também. Por quê? Porque os processos eleitorais no mundo todo são processos soberanos, são processos de soberania. Então, os Estados têm que, em primeira instância, financiar mesmo estas instituições, estes órgãos de gestão eleitoral. Não pode ser, e nem deve ser, na minha modesta visão, para colaborando com o que a Maria do Rosário deixou-nos aqui como réplica, outras instituições vêm financiar estes órgãos do Estado. Era essa questão que eu gostaria que fossem acrescidos nas recomendações. Muito obrigado, peço desculpa. Peço perdão, penitencio-me, mas os senhores aqui deram essa possibilidade de eu poder agregar alguma questão.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think that input will find its way as part and parcel of the recommendations. May I, at this stage, request Commissioner Love to close the session for us. Thank you very much. Commissioner, over to you.
The idea of trying to pull together the rich ideas and thoughts that have been presented as part of this symposium is really something not even to be entertained. And this is not only because I know that many of you would like to have an evening that is worthy of the name and for us not to go late into the night, and that's how long it would take, but mainly because I think these presentations have given us so much to think about. To begin with, where will the ECF-SADC be in 25 years? We come here together at the symposium to celebrate 25 years that have gone, and many of the questions that have been asked is how will our region and our EMBs respond to the realities that include dissatisfaction by the voters, dissatisfaction by the people, and in the context of democratic recession. So it is a symposium that has called on us not just to listen to rich ideas, but also it has challenged us to look to the future and to think about what lies ahead for us collectively and for us individually. It has called on us to be proactive, to ensure that we do a lot more and think how we can do a lot more to further build the credibility of election management bodies. And some of the things that have been proposed as ideas for us to think about, not necessarily as clear recommendations, are things that take us a little bit out of our comfort zone. We need to be out of our comfort zone because life is not very comfortable for those who are committed to democracy and free elections. Life is not very comfortable. So we need to be proactive in that regard, but we also need to be proactive in relation to the opportunities and also the threats of the technology that is racing into our world. It's technology that the people in government, let alone ourselves, very often are the last to understand, let alone know how to regulate and know how to lead. So it's a technology that we as electoral management bodies have got to make sure that we rise to that occasion, that we do things that are not just around social media, that are not just around the possibilities of ensuring greater participation, but that we take forward the things that we've already done, like socializing the guidelines that we as a continent have now adopted in relation to social media and the digital space. But most importantly, it behoves us as people who are involved in elections, whether we are part of the community of people who support election management bodies, whether we are part of the executive teams that make elections possible, or whether we are commissioners. It is for us to ensure, as Justice Kachale said, that the trust that election management bodies require is built on our own ethical behavior. And we have to find ways to hold one another to account. So, with those few remarks, I really want to express our thanks to all of you who are here. But I especially want, again, to express thanks to those who have worked so tirelessly behind the scenes, the organizers, the caterers, the interpreters, the technicians, the people who have produced the material and who have made our deliberations possible. Our thanks to you all. Our thanks also to all the partners and all of those election management bodies who have taken the time, who have spent the resources, both to be here and also to join us online. a huge thanks to you all. Our thanks to all of those who spent time putting together very, very thought-provoking presentations and whose input will hopefully be captured as part of the documents that are part of the symposium report. And in that symposium report, the recommendations that have been made will hopefully be captured comprehensively. Our thanks to all of you who were the presenters and the contributors. We opened our meeting yesterday with the Speaker of the South African Parliament, making it very clear that election management bodies of our region have really been leading the way. And she said this not just in relation to the work of elections, but also in particular as reflected in the commitment that election management bodies make when they spend the time to be here, when they spend the time to work together, where they find ways to support one another, and where we find ways to learn from each other. I think we all deserve a round of applause for ourselves. And as you heard, I'd hoped to spend some hours talking, but I've been curtailed. But now I'm going to spend a little bit more time because I've been mandated by, or delegated by my Deputy CEO to make some announcements. So let me do that. Dinner tonight is at your respective hotels. Tomorrow morning, we start at 9 o'clock, where there is the launch of our journal, a journal on the role of election management bodies in the democratic recession. And it's a journal that has been a joint effort of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, of AWEB, of SAIJA, and of Taylor Francis. We hope that you will join us in the launch of that journal, as we believe that that kind of intellectual capacity, that kind of thought, really is going to be helpful for all of us to imagine the future that we've been talking about during the course of today. What will we be in 25 years? In addition to that, there is an exhibition that is ready at this point in Hall 10, which is just a short walk along the passage as you leave here through the security gate. It's on this level, Hall 10, but it will be fully operational tomorrow at 11 o'clock. There are exhibitions of fantastic work and fantastic achievements from so many of our election management bodies in the region, as well as from various partners and companies with whom some of us work, and I think it will be of great interest to all of us. So that will be at 11 o'clock tomorrow. In addition, at 6 o'clock tomorrow is our gala dinner and our opportunity to issue awards to people who have and continue to play a seminal role in our work, and we are sure that you will all join us there. With that, you have an evening. Thank you all.
Panelists and chairpersons of today's sessions, together with my co-facilitator to remain behind for a photo shoot. This session is adjourned. I think you've been a good audience.